Sure, absolutely. Yep, that'd be fine. Thank you. Good evening. Welcome to the September 5th regular Board of Education meeting. We are glad you are here. I would like to share just a few quick reminders. Please keep the aisles clear during our meeting to allow members of the school system and sheriff's department to be able to move about. Also, except for when honoring our flag, our opening prayer, and participating in the call to audience, please remain seated during our meeting. We hope to have a productive and efficient meeting, and your help is greatly appreciated. At this point, Ms. Bowie, would you call the roll, please?
Good afternoon. Josie Barnhart.
Here.
Stephanie Walker.
Here.
Pat Bradford.
I am here.
Stephanie Craybill.
I am here.
Pete Wildebohr.
Present.
Hugh McManus. And Melissa Mason.
Here.
And I do want to remind everybody that the seats up front are wide open. I know that not everybody wants to sit up front, but we have plenty of seats up front. Those are fine. Oh, does it say reserved?
I think those are for parents of the singers.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I misspoke. I apologize. I think they are reserved. I believe they are reserved. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Next, we will have a moment of reflection or invocation. That will be done by Pastor Doug Falk of the Kingdom Impact Church. Thank you for being here, Pastor.
Thank you. Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, you went out of order.
The agenda reflects approval of the agenda. That's the next line.
I'm sorry. 1 second. Roll call. Oh, I apologize. I did jump ahead. I do apologize. We do need a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Craybill?
Yeah, I'm not opposed to the items that we have on our agenda, but I am opposed that we do not have supporting documents that were asked for in items 18B and C. So should we approve the agenda without any descriptions and supporting documents?
18, let me just get down to 18.
It's review of the ad hoc committee. The only thing there are Ms. Bradford's notes that we saw at the agenda review, but there is no proposal, and we're supposed to be voting on something. And then call to the audience, I thought we agreed at the agenda review that somebody would have a proposal for us to read and to discuss, and there is nothing there. And that one we're supposed to vote on. So I'm not happy about voting on things that we haven't seen.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Bradford?
If you look carefully at the ad hoc committee piece that's in there, there are proposals for every one except item 6, which has none, and it says proposal none. Proposals are right there in the document.
I did read that, Ms. Bradford.
Okay. So what would your motion be?
My motion would be to remove these items from the agenda until such time as we have a clear written proposal.
Okay, so we have a motion to amend the agenda to remove items, let me see what we got here, 18B
and C.
Okay, is there a second?
I'd like to second for discussion.
Sorry, yes?
I would like to second that for
Okay,
discussion.
we have a first and a second to remove items 18B and C. Any discussion?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Walker?
I know Ms. Crable's gone. I'll tend to agree with I don't know what we're voting on with call to audience. There's nothing attached here. And I would say I have read the documents Ms. Bradford had put up there for ad hoc, but again, I don't know how we're voting. Are we voting on each one? I guess I just want to make sure we're prepared for whatever we're voting on.
Ms. Bradford, would you like to respond to that?
We came together just a few days ago and had a 5-hour meeting, and we discussed it at length. And we discussed both those
You've
items
got
at
3
length.
proposals on one. So.
But it hasn't changed in just the few days since we were together, in less than 7 days. So it's exactly the way it was at the agenda briefing.
Ms. Mason? Okay. Ms. Mason?
If I recall correctly, at the agenda review, We did talk about call to the audience. We talked about the broad, like that there were 3 separate issues that we needed to discuss, and that we might need to set up some sort of committee to do so. So I don't know if there was any proposals that we had really talked about, but that we were going to discuss how we wanted to move forward with it. That was my understanding.
That was mine, and I think you even asked for somebody, and I thought it was kind of vague, but you asked for somebody to put together a proposal or get you information, and we didn't get any. And I think that's going to be pretty explosive for the people who are here today and the people who are coming forward if we just start throwing stuff out and winging it by the seat of our pants.
Well, and it could be that the answer could be that we decide to form a subgroup to look into that. But, okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? If not, all in favor, and again, the amended motion is to remove items B and C under 18. All in favor? Ms. Bowie, would you call the roll? Go ahead and do it.
Ms. Barnhart?
No.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford? No. Ms. Craybill?
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr?
No.
And Ms. Mason?
No.
So that's defeated 4-2. My mistake. Working my math. So we do have in front of us a motion to approve the agenda, first and the second. Any further discussion on that? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
That passes also with a count of 4-2. Now, sorry about holding you up, but we would ask you to go ahead with, Pastor, with our invocation, please.
Absolutely. Proverbs 3:13 and 14 says, "Joyful is a person who finds wisdom, the one who gains understanding. For wisdom is more profitable than silver, and her wages are better than gold." Let us pray. Father, we just thank you for the wisdom and the leadership in this room. We thank you for everybody in the community that came out to try, Lord, to let their voice be heard, to make this communication, Father, and the schools a better place. Father, we just pray that we all seek wisdom, that we all seek understanding, that we're quick to listen, slow to speak, and slow to anger. And we seek to see the other side before we speak our piece. Father, at the end of this meeting, God, let all of it be a place, God, that for our kids that can, at the end of the day, they can leave better than they came in. They can leave safe, they can leave secure, and leave with more understanding and more wisdom than they had when they first got there. We thank you for it, God, and we just praise you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. The presentation of colors will be done this evening by the New Hanover High School ROTC Color Guard under the command of Captain Lance and First Sergeant Redwine, Principal Sutton. Our national anthem will be sung by the Eaton Chorus under the direction of Corey Bland and Rosemary Wheeler, Principal.
Can they stand up on top so people can see?
There's a second group that comes behind it. A bunch of young ones. Good job, guys. At this time, I've asked Ms. Mason to lead our pledge. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Right face forward, arch.
I've asked Ms. Bland to help introduce all her wonderful students. Great job, guys.
Everybody, you're going to say your first name and your grade.
Mandy, 4th grade.
Can you hold it? Say it loud.
Mandy, 4th grade. Ava, 4th grade. Kate, 4th grade. Walker, 4th grade. Sadie, 4th grade. Phoenix, 4th grade. Jensen, 4th grade. Willow, 4th grade. Elena, 4th grade. Sienna, 5th grade. Walter, 4th grade. Adley, 5th grade. Britton, 4th grade. Ethan, 4th grade. Ashton, 4th grade. Alexander, 4th grade. Delilah, 4th grade. Parker, 4th grade. Harper, 4th grade. Leo, 4th grade. Finley, 4th grade. Everett, 4th grade. Abigail, 4th grade. Ian, 4th grade. Winnie, 4th grade. Olivia, 4th grade. Blake, 4th grade. Layla Kate, 4th grade. James, 4th grade. Autumn, 5th grade. Oliver, 4th grade. Reeves, 4th grade. Hazel, 4th grade. Brock, 4th grade. Gianna, 4th grade. Hollis, 4th grade. Zachary, 4th grade. Brooklyn, 4th grade. Avery, 4th grade. Oliver, 4th grade. Sophia, 4th grade. Evangeline, 4th grade. Honey, 4th grade. Charlie, 4th grade.
Give them another round of applause. Great job, guys. Thank you. And we're going to ask the color guard to come back and introduce themselves also, please. Be careful. Good job, everybody. Great job. Great job. Nice job. Wow, that's awesome. And if we could get the color guard to come forward, please. Here you go, Cap.
Hello, everybody. This is your new Hanover Army Junior ROTC Color Guard. I'll let them introduce themselves.
I'm Haley Allen. I'm Kyla Jones.
Isaiah Allen.
No relation.
Jaden Cheshire.
That's it.
Thank you.
Mr. Wildebohr, can we, I'm over here, Stephanie Craybill. Can we just say welcome to Captain Gaither? This is his first year with us, so thank you for joining the team.
Absolutely. Well, now we can all go home because that was great. We're going to carry on with the approval of the minutes. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion to approve the minutes. Second?
Second.
We have a first and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Craybill?
Yeah, the,
Ms. Craybill, just if we could just
Yeah,
hold
wait
on
a
1
second.
second. We'll let give them just a second to head on out. I'm sorry, probably should have waited myself. You just want to be loud?
I can talk loud.
Okay, just go.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a note in our July 25th meeting, in the minutes where it said there was discussion about keeping the two call to the audiences separate. Mr. Wildebohr recommends that the first hour for any topic and the last 30 minutes will be for book removal. I just wanted to go on record that I just didn't think that that was appropriate for us to say that we already were talking about book removal before the audience even had a chance to speak. Other than that, I'm okay.
Yeah. We'll just,
Ms. Kraber, what date was that again?
It was in the July 25th meeting, which was our agenda review, when we were talking about the public hearing, and then it got switched to, Ms. Barnhart made a suggestion for 1 hour for CTA and the remaining 30 minutes regarding books, so she actually spoke correctly there. And then you had a concern for 30 minutes. I mean, all that is accurate, it was said, but I just wanted to call our board's attention to what we actually said before we had a discussion.
okay. Do we want to change that?
No, there's no need to change it because it was said.
Okay, all right, very good. So we have a first and second to approve the, where am I here? Minutes. All in favor of approving the minutes as stated, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Passes 6-0. We are now on student voice. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're happy to be here. My name is Tanea Toon. I am a junior at Laney High School.
I'm Miles Pollock. I'm a senior from Hoggard High School.
And I'm Cassidy Thompson. I'm a senior at Hoggard High School.
Again, we're happy to be here with you guys today. For anyone here that is not familiar with us, we are the Student Ambassador Team, one of the structures in the NHCS Student Voice Policy. We are a student-led group that allows students to feel more involved, heard, and valued. Student ambassadors aim to create a safe space for students to vocalize their opinions and share their experiences regarding decisions that impact all students on the district level.
We first off just wanted to thank all the board members and adult allies who have supported us throughout this process. It's an honor to have this space to collaborate with you, and we are incredibly grateful for all you sacrificed for students like us. We have some cards to give out to you as well, if we can approach. Would that be all right?
You may.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Wow, it's very nice. Thank you.
So we've been working hard this summer and have finalized our application. The application is live as of today, and we are super excited to finally get our student ambassador team up and running. All students are encouraged to apply. The application is due September 22nd, and our kickoff summit is planned for October 31st. Since our kickoff summit is approaching, we would love the support of any community members and adult allies that are willing and passionate about helping students share their voices. To contact us, please email us using our first.last name through our New Hanover County email addresses, and follow us on Instagram at NHCS Student Voices.
This summer, we have also worked with the Communications Division to film a promotion video that will be published and help spread the word about the different student voice structures and the Student Ambassador Team application.
Once our student ambassador team is selected, we are excited for new faces and voices to come here to speak during our designated time slot, bringing new student perspectives and having the opportunity to share their voices with adult district leaders. We look forward to coming back to you with different topics that students are interested in, discussing and providing their perspective on. As the greatest stakeholders in our education, who know the ins and outs of our schools firsthand, we are very excited to be able to provide our valuable insight to district decision makers like you. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and we look forward to collaborating with you this school year. We also have a little treat for you. Can I go get that real fast?
Go for it.
It was Miles' idea. He's full of all the fun ideas. Yeah, just thank you guys so much. Yeah, here's a little treat for you. You can have it during your closed session or now or whenever.
Wow. I see. Thank you. Wow.
But yeah, thank you so much. We're looking forward to this year.
Well, thank you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Chairman of Rick. Thank you very much.
And let us know if you guys have any questions as of now or if you're all good.
Mr. Chair.
Do we have any questions? Ms. Walker?
Thank you. Well, you know I love you guys. I think we've been very, very happy to see the progress you guys have made, and I'm very happy to know that you're going to start this process to leave a legacy for the next students that are coming behind you guys. And I just want to tell you how impressed I am. If I've not said it before, I will say it again. You guys are very impressive, and we just appreciate your hard work. Thank you.
And I'm going to jump in and say, you know, as you said before, the most important stakeholders, we have a lot of very important stakeholders, but our most important stakeholders are our students. So we thank you for all your hard work in getting things together. And I did see Ms. Crabill's hand go up. So Ms. Craybill?
Hello, and thank you for all the treats, the notes, and the goodies. All those go a long way. Just wondering how, other than your Instagram page, how are you guys getting your application out so that people who are listening, you know, their parents might hear. I'm sure no kid is listening to this tonight, but their parents might be. So how are you getting that information out?
Yeah, we have a lot of different ways. We're working with communications to send it out in a district-wide email, so that'll be a big way students can find out. Also, we've been in touch with a lot of principals over the summer so that they're aware of what Student Voice is and what the Student Ambassador Team is, so we're going to reach out to them again and send them the application so they can distribute it at their schools. We also have some contacts at different schools that are going to help spread the word. So a combination of a lot of different ways, but we'll make sure that students know about it because we really want every student to apply and be a part of it if they want to.
So, are you going to, like everybody who applies is just basically on your team, or are you going to have a selection process in that?
Yeah, we are going to have a selection process, which we've worked on, because we're probably thinking like about 2 students per each school, but we're also going to collaborate with lots of other students, and the students who apply and don't get in, we're going to make sure there are ways that they can still stay involved and make their voice heard. And there's also lots of other structures in the student voice policy that we will point them to. For instance, the engagement teams that are on school levels is a great way for them to get involved as well. So we will definitely make sure that all students who want to get involved will be some way. But our student ambassador team that comes here every month and speaks to you and has our time slot, we're thinking about 2 students per each school.
Great, thank you.
Anything else? If not, first off, thanks for all the gifts. And I do want to hear, how was your first week back at school?
How was what? Sorry.
How was your first week back at school?
I can take this one. You know, the lack of sleep, it's not too great, but it's a great time. School's back in session. Everything's running smoothly. It's going pretty well. So yeah.
I think now this year, since I am a junior, since I do have those more difficult, classes, my teachers are really, understanding and helpful with, studying habits and, more guides to help me study and, having textbooks, to help me figure out certain things. And, they're really open to answering questions and things like that. So, classes are more difficult, but they are, easier because of the teachers that I have.
Mine is great as well. Thank you so much for asking. Senior year, definitely tough with all the applications and things that pile up, but it's fun. It's kind of a fun process. I'm ready to just get it going. Yeah,
Good.
Thank you for asking.
Well, thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for everything.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we'll move on Next, we'll move on to our September recognitions. Mr. Cardella, I can't speak today. Cardella, thank you. I'm struggling tonight. Mr. Cardella? I think we need to go over.
All right, good evening, everybody. I am privileged to stand here before you to recognize some of New Hanover County Schools superstars. So if you are here, if I call your name, if you could please come up to be recognized. Deb Trafton, are you here tonight?
Yeah.
So a little bit about Deb. She is being recognized as a Rising Star Award. Director of Transportation, Deb Trafton, was named a 2023 Rising Star in Student Transportation by School Transportation News magazine. More than 60 transportation professionals nationwide were nominated, and Deb was among the top 10. She will be featured in the October issue of the magazine. Deb has been in the district since 2009, when she joined Human Resources, where she was a creative and conscientious problem solver, helping transportation directors with their hiring. They used to joke about her joining their team, and at the beginning of last year, she finally did. Deb is a star at communicating with our families and answering their concerns, which she can do in either English or Spanish. When parents of special ed students had concerns about bus routes, she met with them monthly until they were resolved. She also headed up the Books from Your Bus program, where bus drivers give new donated books to students who are showing good citizenship. And finally, we say often that bus drivers are part of the team educating our students. They are the first and last faces from New Hanover County Schools that students see each day. Deb is the champion our bus drivers deserve, and we are proud of her for this recognition. Thank you, Deb. Okay, the next is 3 being recognized for the Wilma Women to Watch. So, Laura Rouser, you here? I know Caress Clegg, she will not be here tonight, but she will be recognized. And Ella King, are you here? Okay. So, 3 NHCS employees were finalists for the Women to Watch Awards through Wilma Magazine. Laura Rosa, a special educator in the district, has been an incredible advocate for inclusion opportunities in our schools, including theater arts, programming, and the Unified Champion Schools, where students with and without disabilities work together as leaders and teammates. She worked tirelessly to teach students without disabilities to advocate for others, and to teach students with disabilities to advocate for themselves. In her interview with Wilma, Laura shared these inspiring words. It's only when our young people, both with and without disabilities, see a disability as a natural part of the human condition that we will no longer have the need to create specialized programming for inclusion. We must build systems and develop our youth to be that natural support in a class of sports teams and later in life on the job and on the local pickleball court. Inclusion is where it's at. Thank you. And if I may just read through the other 2 that aren't here. The second finalist was Caress Clegg, a true NHCS success story. She started working part-time at Ogden Elementary while she was in college, and over the years worked her way up to the communications supervisor while earning her master's degree and raising her daughter. Caress is a huge defender of public education and the opportunities it affords all students. She has served on the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee and was involved with the Girls with Pearls at Blair Elementary, mentoring young girls in leadership and self-confidence. In her interview with the magazine, Caress said, "This is not just a job for me, but a passion that drives me to take action. I believe in creating a level playing field for everyone, regardless of their background or circumstances. Providing a fair chance at education and knowledge is essential, and I am dedicated to making it a reality." And that's Caress. Ella King. Thank you. She's probably watching. Ella King, who graduated from Isaac Bear last spring and is in her first semester at Yale University, was named a rising star, though by our estimation, she's more of a shooting star. Ella was valedictorian of her class. She won the National Community Service Ambassador through the United Nations. She received the National Gold Zero Hunger Award through Kroger for her work in combating hunger. She won the North Carolina Community Impact Award, and she was a page for the governor's office. And that's just to name a few. She recently completed an independent foreign study in Uzbekistan, and she plans to continue her Russian and Central Asian studies at Yale. We are proud to call Ella our student during her time in New Hanover County Schools, and we're prouder still to call her an alum. Okay, the next award is for Congressional App Challenge. Salman Ban, are you here? Okay, we're going to recognize him anyways. It might seem counterintuitive to develop a phone app that encourages you to get off the phone, but it was exactly that innovative idea that won Hoggard student Salman Ban top prize in the Congressional App Challenge. The app, creatively named Look Up, nudges users to put down their phones and reclaim in-person interaction. Salman developed Look Up after noticing that he and his friends didn't interact face-to-face as much as they used to. A man wise beyond his years, Salman said, "We were right in front of each other, only a few feet apart, but not truly present. Our weekly conversations, which were previously filled with joy, laughter, and stories, had been replaced by quiet, isolation, mindless phone scrolling." Salman's app uses behavioral economics and the science of decision-making to help scrollers be motivated to put the phone down. Many NHCS classrooms are even adopting the app as a way to positively reinforce students for staying engaged while learning. Salman's creativity, innovation, dedication to research and development, and willingness to think differently has made him a CEO before he graduated from high school. We are proud to call him an NHCS original. That's him. And our final award for Participate Learning Teacher of the Year, Paola Weinman. Are you here? Paola? All right, we're still going to do it. Paola Weinman, who is a participant learning exchange teacher from Argentina, was named the Teacher of the Year by that organization. As a global studies teacher at the International School of Gregory, Paola had demonstrated her dedication to global education through professional development, leadership roles, and sharing her expertise and ideas with colleagues locally and around the world. She strives to provide her students with opportunities to connect with others around the world and become global citizens who are prepared for the future. She also encourages her students to share their learning and change-making ideas with their entire school, community, and the world. They have presented projects to elementary school students, made classroom-to-classroom connections with students in Argentina and the Dominican Republic, and participated in Participate Learning's Model UN, as well as a Model UN in Washington, D.C. Through her teaching and sharing her vivid experiences, Paola is helping her students evolve into the future citizens of the world. And those are our awards. But finally, I do want to recognize Caress Clegg one more time. We would also like to recognize her for her dedicated and faithful service to New Hanover County Schools over the past 15 years. A sincere and heartfelt thank you from the Communication and Outreach Division, as well as all who had the pleasure of working with you. We wish you all the best as you pursue your career ambitions elsewhere. Thank you, Caress.
I also wanted to just give a quick shout out to Samin, who's not here. He was not missed up at the podium. He is a member of our Student Voice team, and so congratulations on that accomplishment as well, Samin.
Thank you, Ms. Graybill. We're going to continue. We will be skipping B, the administrative introductions, and actually carrying on with the Classified Employee Recognition Program, Dr. Barnes.
I'd like to invite my Executive Director, Jennifer Geller, up. We'd like to again appreciate two of our amazing classified employees of the quarter. So Jen, you can take it away.
Good evening. It's my pleasure to bring and present to you the last recipients for this first year. We will begin again a new school year with recognizing our employees that show excellence in the work that they do every day. They go above and beyond to really, I think, be a model for their colleagues and, of course, for our students as well. So this evening, I'd like to ask Sebastian Florian to come up here, please. You can join me up here if you'd like. And if you remember, these are nominations from peers, anybody within the school division as of right now. So if you look up Excellence Exemplified, you will see a picture of Sebastian Florian. Sebastian is a true asset to Ogden Elementary and New Hanover County Schools as a whole. His friendly demeanor and helpfulness to staff and students is on display each and every day. Sebastian is always making sure new students and staff are set up and ready, and stays on top of any potential problems, which ensures that staff learning opportunities are maximized. He makes himself available to staff, even if he's been pulled away to another job in the county. Sebastian's excellent communication allows us to know where he will be and how to contact him in case issues arise. Sebastian proactively checks to make sure iPads and laptops are in top working order, which again, ensures optimal learning can take place. Everyone that interacts with Sebastian benefits. He puts our school and community first, is easy to work with, has a wonderful work ethic and attitude. Sebastian makes it a great day to be a Stingray. So thank you very much. And next, I'd like to invite Brian Massing up if he is here. Might not have made it this evening. Doesn't appear to. Okay, so Brian Massing is the glue that holds the school together. A couple of years ago, Brian became the head custodian and has done an amazing job ever since. Even when we might be short-staffed, the work gets done like never before. Staff satisfaction and morale have been as high as I've ever experienced regarding the cleanliness of the building. Even when short-staffed, Brian will work his shift and stay longer if needed to make sure the building is clean and ready for all 8 buildings that sit on Laney's campus. Brian's attitude and work ethic have never wavered, and he performs above and beyond expectations, and there is no way to describe the appreciation that our staff has for Brian. He's always happy and willing to jump in when needed, and he takes enormous pride in his work. Brian does whatever he is asked without question or complaint. The best quality I see in Brian is his personal relationships with each staff and student. Brian takes a genuine interest in others, always asks how they are doing, and makes everyone's day better. Brian deserves at least our praise and appreciation, and he needs to know how grateful we are for what he does every day. So again, thank you, Brian.
Thank you very much. And again, congratulations to everyone who received recognition today. So glad you're here and congratulations. At this time, we're going to continue with the superintendent's report. Dr. Faust.
On August 28th, we welcome back our staff and students at our traditional schools. We're focused and dedicated to providing our students with the opportunity of a rigorous education in a safe and peaceful environment. Our proficiency data is most promising. We're on track to reach our 90% of our students reading on grade level by third grade, and we are determined to achieve this milestone. Additionally, the district remains committed to using our strategic plan as a guiding compass throughout the journey. In preparation for the start of the 23-24 school year, we held several caregiver academies to assist families in enrolling their students. We appreciate the great turnout at these events, which helped make the process so much easier. A big thank you to those who made this a success. And again, we're excited and we look forward to the 22-23 school performance grade accountability results. This will be released tomorrow, September 6th, around about 10:30, 11 o'clock. And we anticipate a huge celebration across our district. I will say this, that again, I want to thank all of our teams for making our schools a success. No one really understands what goes on behind the scenes, but I reach out to the staff over here a lot, and thank you so much for the work that you're doing. Eddie, I know you're like the star, the contact go-to person right now. Transportation, wherever Deb is, I want to thank you so much for how transportation is progressing. This year, Eddie and I were talking about it, and how we've just kind of transitioned and gotten better over the years. Transportation, we still got some work to do, but it's not the eyesore that we've had in the past year. So thank you, Deb. Thank you to all of our bus drivers, everyone who is in transportation, the routers, the individuals who ride the bus with the drivers. Just a big shout out to them. And you just don't understand what they go through on a daily basis, but I just want them to know that I appreciate all the work that they do. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Faust. My comments are going to be very short, but first off, welcome back to school. We welcome our new pre-K students and kindergartners, as well as all our new students, and our new faculty members and staff members. We also welcome all returning faculty members and our returning students. We look forward to a successful and wonderful 2023-24 school year. We want to thank our faculty members and staff for all the hard work they have done to prepare for the beginning of school and welcoming all our students. We also want to take a moment to welcome our new school leaders and those who have moved to different and new schools. I also need to comment on two laws that have recently been passed by our General Assembly: the Parents' Bill of Rights and the Fairness in Women's in Sports Act. Dr. Faust and his team are working diligently to ensure that we are in compliance with these laws. They're getting legal advice from Mr. Vogel, as they implement the law. So that ends my comments. At this time, we will carry on with our call to audience. I think we have the listing.
Good evening. First up, anyone that's new that signed up, the names are going to be up here. You can just count. If you don't know the people in front of you, behind you, feel free to come up when it's your turn. I don't have to call you, but I'm going to call you. Barbara Garrow is first.
The thrust of this message is twofold, so please focus on the consistent implementation of Policy 4351 and an amendment to help keep children in school. Last year, the Board of Education voted 7-0 to end out-of-school suspensions for children in kindergarten and first and second grades, except for the most serious infractions. Our youngest learners can be suspended for bringing drugs or guns to school. They could also be suspended for making serious threats or committing an assault. Based on data we received from the Office of Communication, This chart shows how many suspensions of 5, 6, and 7-year-olds were given during the past 2 school years. The most serious infractions are highlighted in yellow. The chart shows that the past school year there were 13 suspensions based on Policy 4351. The chart also shows that there were 30 out-of-school suspensions for minor offenses that did not involve drugs, guns, threats, or assaults. This is disturbing. Aggressive behavior is a gray area. The term aggressive behavior is not explicitly mentioned in Assaults and Threats Policy 4331, and it is listed as a Level 1 offense in the Student Code of Conduct, so out-of-school suspensions are not a corrective action. Clearly, the implementation of Policy 4351 needs to be consistent. Additionally, there were 28 suspensions of our youngest learners for aggressive behavior. We propose that if these students had had the right to have a parent at the hearing where a principal can kick them out of school, we suspect some of these children could have stayed in school for their offense. The short-term policy 4351 must be revised to include parents at the hearing and implemented across the district consistently. Treat all children with dignity and respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Councilman Posey?
Good evening. In many recent board and committee meetings, you have had long discussions about the problems you see in the call to audience. I would like to address some of those. The call to audience is too long. You were elected by and accountable to the citizens of New Hanover County. Call to audience is the primary way we have to communicate with you. Email has been suggested, but board members have said they get too many emails and don't have time to read them. Too much repetition. Perhaps this is because issues such as suspension and seclusion are important policies that you are responsible for and many people in the community think are critical. If you refuse to change policy, these issues will continue to be discussed. People sign up, then don't come. The call to audience sheet is available at the sign-in desk. Just have people check their name when they arrive. Teachers and faculty never speak. In spring 2022, I learned from teachers at many schools that their principals told them they were not allowed to attend or speak at board meetings without permission. When asked, the principal said the directive came from the central office. This has apparently been backtracked and that all the principals misunderstood. But do you really think anyone would come to a meeting when the possibility of retaliation has even been suggested? Call to audience is required by state meeting laws. While many are shorter than here, particularly because meetings are held at inconvenient times, others are much longer. The State Marine Fisheries Council allows at least 5 hours of its quarterly meeting to the audience, and everyone speaks with no time limit. This has gone to midnight in at least one case that I know of. You talk about call to audience time preventing you from doing your business. Maybe you need to remember that the things most of us talk about are your business, and you would do well to listen. Your continual efforts to control who and how many people speak simply reinforces that your goal is not to do what is best for the children. Thank you.
Growing up, I always wondered what I would do during the Holocaust and Civil Rights Movement. Would I recognize evil and be brave enough to stand against it? Yeah, I can confidently say that I would. Would I support Hitler's censorship, book bans, and hate towards Jewish, LGBTQ, Black, and disabled people? No, because I reject censorship and book banning, and I denounce hatred towards historically marginalized students. Would I stand alongside the United Daughters of the Confederacy, promoting racist propaganda for school curriculum? Nope, because I denounce Moms for Liberty, who are pushing racist propaganda and curriculum in our schools. Would I have been a white mom screaming at Ruby Bridges and fighting against school integration? Nope, because I denounce segregation in our school district. Would I stand with the KKK? Absolutely not, because I denounce the Proud Boys. Future generations will read about your book ban and will find history repeating itself. Some of you will be compared to Hitler for banning books and restricting speech. Some of you will be remembered for your hatred of LGBTQ students and your support for segregation as you push our Black and disabled students out of the classroom through just disproportionate and punitive practices. Some of you will be compared to the white people who screamed at Ruby Bridges 63 years ago while they held signs that said, "All I want for Christmas is a clean, white school." You'll be remembered for aligning with the Proud Boys and Moms for Liberty. My legacy will be on the right side of history. Some of yours will not. You will be remembered alongside history's most infamous bad guys who restricted speech, banned books, supported segregation, and promoted hate.
Nelson Boyer.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is not personal. Thank you very much for your service to the community. But tonight you're going to be getting a briefing on legal services. And I don't know exactly what it's going to say. In all respects, they're overpaying. The disaster that was your 5.5-hour marathon joke of a meeting. I mean, Pete, we were doing Robert's Rules together, 4, 5, 6 times, and I don't know what sunk in, but that was less organized than a kindergarten first day of school. That was a joke. That your decision was arbitrary is not strictly in a legal sense problematic. A good attorney should be able to get you over that if it is challenged, and I assume it will be. But the 14th Amendment mandates that governments, and this body is certainly one of those, must offer equal protection and consideration under the law. There's a process for hearing complaints, or at least there was when I was on the board, and the process exists so you don't make arbitrary decisions. Think of the absurdity of the precedent that you have set that now exists in New Hanover County. A single parent with a single complaint about part of a curriculum can now be granted an opportunity to air this ignorance and imbecility before this board for 5 hours. How would you even begin to deny another parent's request for appeal after you have granted this one on such pathetically weak ground? Look, I teach at the community college, and I promise you that I have students who understand founding history very, very well. They know nothing of Emmett Till. They are wholly ignorant about the events of Red Summer in 1919. They come from your system, and they are wholly ignorant of the Pequot Massacre in Massachusetts in 1627, and I can see from some of your looks that you are as well. They've never heard of Tulsa, Oklahoma. You have denied them knowledge.
Your time is up. Karen Clark.
Thank you for the hours each of you spent preparing for last Friday's hearing. Have faith in God. I assure you, you can say to this mountain, "May you be lifted up and thrown into the sea," and your command will be obeyed. Really believe and do not doubt in your heart. You can pray for anything, and if you believe, you can have it. If we have the greatest gift of faith that can move mountains, but have never learned to love, then we are nothing. I pray that you constantly chase after the realm of God's kingdom and the righteousness that proceeds from Him. I pray our love is large and incredibly patient. Our love is gentle and consistently kind to all, that we refuse to be jealous when blessing comes to someone else. Our love doesn't brag about achievements, nor inflate its own importance. Our love does not traffic in shame and disrespect, nor selfishly seek its own honor. I pray our love is not easily irritated or quick to take offense. Our love joyfully celebrates honesty and finds no delight in what is wrong. I pray our love is a safe place of shelter, for it never stops believing the best for others. Love never takes failure as defeat, for it never gives up. Love remains long after words of knowledge are forgotten, So above all else, I pray we let love be the beautiful prize for which we run. Your kingdom come in Jesus' name, amen.
Melissa Mishu? Melissa Mishu? You here? Anybody named Melissa? Okay. Tiffany Salter.
According to recent census and voting statistics, there are over 200,000 people living in New Hanover County. There are 180,000 registered voters. Only 52% of those registered voters came out to the polls in 2022. And that low turnout is exactly why this board is being allowed to fulfill their personal agendas. I am here trying to get the attention of our community members. Those members who are not coming out to vote in local elections. We have to come together and vote for candidates who truly hold all our children and their unique experiences in mind. Candidates who value our children's actual safety above spending their time discussing which books to ban and revising hard-won policies that worked to deliver inclusivity to students. For the last couple years, I've been following the progression and proliferation of groups that aim to dismantle public education. I've been anticipating the arrival of these issues to our district. One of those groups is Moms for Liberty, and they have the ear of several of our board members. By the way, the Southern Poverty Law Group labels them as an extremist group based on reports of their harassment of community members, advancement of misinformation, and fighting to scrub diverse and inclusive material from lesson plans. This group directly states their intention to reclaim and reform the public education system. Now, for the moment, Moms for Liberty might have found a foothold in our county, but I know there are a whole lot of families out there who don't agree with their extreme views. I am urging those families, please band together and let this board hear your voices, because it is your silence that will allow this to continue. Race has historically been used to gain and to keep power, creating environments that separate and silence. Silence about race reinforces racism because children draw their own conclusion based on what they see. And let me tell you, our children are
Thank you.
watching.
Your time is up.
Please do not be silent.
I would love to be using my time to push for Life Back or speak about potential items to the legislative committee they could lobby for, like changing the statute of limitations on obstruction pertaining to child sex abuse, since the Attorney General confirmed former administrators were guilty of obstruction, yet the statute of limitations ran out. Instead, I need to speak about the call to audience. None of you campaign on reducing call to audience time, yet time and time again, y'all have targeted the one system that allows community members to speak freely about what is happening in our district. Since this past election, you have removed 1/3 of the time slots, and the latest changes suggested at the agenda review yet again impede our community's voices. It is frustrating to watch the teacher voice idea be manipulated into being for Teachers of the Year instead of being open to any teacher who wants to be heard. Numerous community members brought this idea up when teachers were not able to sign up to call to audience at 8 a.m. was given as the reason for the new lottery system. A reminder that the previous board used to allow unlimited signups for call to audience and allow the board to vote on whether to allow the extra speakers or just keep it at 30. Chair Stephanie Adams unilaterally changed the call to audience system to not allow extra signups and allow board members to vote on whether to allow everyone to be heard after losing a split vote. She felt the chair position had the right to make this change, and this board has never even discussed whether that move was acceptable by policy, much less whether we need to revert back to the previous way. The last night unlimited signups and board vote was allowed was when Nelson Bollier was acting chair, and he didn't know the rules regarding seating time, so all hell broke loose, and the meeting had to be ended for the night. I feel like the entire community was unjustly punished for the ignorance of a few. Also, it appears that y'all took a vote at the previous agenda review to have more signups at the door. There was only 5 slots open at the door, so I don't know where that disconnect happened, but I figured I'd bring that to your attention as well. Y'all have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clinton.
Testing, he's very tall. Also, I apologize because I have having an allergy attack due to all the wonderful things blooming because of our hurricane. So, okay. I am here today to ask you, at this point, the 4 Republican majority members who are making all the decisions, to please do your jobs. Stop ignoring the many problems facing our district while carrying out political actions deemed inappropriate to a small number of people in your party. This is becoming a very destructive pattern in New Hanover County schools. The Attorney General's office recently reported that there was evidence of wrongdoing from previous school administrations that led to ongoing sexual assaults of dozens of if not hundreds of our students for at least 3 decades. That happened while the school board was under control of a Republican majority. Their lack of proper oversight allowed our students to be sexually assaulted by up to 16 known staff members. Because of the statute of limitations, they can't bring charges against those administrators. When I was elected in 2018, a group of concerned citizens brought evidence to our board of 7 cases of improper sexual behavior by staff, along with discrimination against our district's black students. The board refused to acknowledge the facts and refused to investigate. At the time, I was the only member who publicly called for an investigation. Who knows what would have resulted if the rest of that board had done their job at that time instead of ignoring those incidents. The administrators who allowed those sexual assaults to continue could have been held accountable. Now they will not, since the Republican-controlled board failed to do their jobs. Currently, we are still short on qualified staff. Our facilities are in dire need of repair. Our transportation system is a mess, and we have 13 identified failing schools. We have access to $1.5 billion from the hospital sale that was promised to help our public schools, and you all are ignoring that promise. Instead, you are focusing on carrying out some cultural war between political parties. You are elected to run our schools properly, not run them into the ground. Do your jobs. Help all our students, staff, and community, not just a select few who supported you in your political campaign.
Time is up.
Thank you, Ms. Justice.
George Velasquez. George Velasquez.
Members of the board, I'd like to ask that when you go home tonight, you reflect on what the function of a Board of Education should be. It seems to me that at least some members of this board have lost sight of their charge. I would offer this as a starting point. The purpose of a Board of Education is to establish policies that offer to every student in our public school system the best possible education to prepare them for their future. If you agree with that framework, then I would hope you would see how some of your recent actions do not advance that goal. Banning a book that focuses attention on one of the most critical conflicts in our society today does not prepare our young people to be productive members of a diverse society. Discriminating against transgender students and others from marginalized groups does not help our young people appreciate all of our differences. Instead, these actions weaken the ability of our educators to do their job. I'm a retired high school teacher. Your actions over the last several months are sending a loud and clear message to teachers like myself. Stay away. At a time when it is increasingly difficult to recruit and keep staff at all levels, this message will only add to our problems. If I were asked to put together a program to weaken public education, I couldn't have done a better job. As I said previously, our schoolhouse is burning, and unfortunately, you have been throwing gasoline on the fire.
Thank you. Thank you, Radowitz.
Transgenders ain't human. No calling out, please. Please.
Short-term suspension policy 4351 states, no student under age 8 or under grade 3 will be suspended out of school except in response to incidents involving violations of Policy 4325, drugs and alcohol, Policy 4331, assaults and threats, and Policy 4333, weapons, bomb threats, terrorist threats, and clear threats to safety. Based on data received from the Office of Communications, there were 71 kindergarten, first and second grade out-of-school suspensions during the past school year. 2 were for possession of a weapon, 2 were for communicating threats, 3 were for fighting, 4 were for assault, 1 was for assault on a non-student without a weapon, and 1 was for assault on a student without a weapon. Those are all serious infractions of the Student Code of Conduct, and I can understand why they receive suspensions. So why did one kid get kicked out of school for insubordination? And why was another child kicked out for being in an unauthorized area? Based on your policy, those are minor infractions. In fact, the data shows there were at least 30 out-of-school suspensions of 5, 6, and 7-year-olds for minor infractions in violation of your short-term suspension policy. This is one more reason why children deserve the right to have a parent present at the informal hearing before they are kicked out of school. Revise Policy 4351 by using the data and have principals implement it in an equitable and just manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Yolanda Hernandez.
Good evening. The Student Code of Conduct can be found in New Hanover County Student Handbook. It includes a document that describes 6 levels of corrective and restorative responses. Quote, the goals of assigning corrective responses and disciplinary action are to maintain a safe environment, maximize all student learning, and improve students' behavior and problem-solving skills. Level 1 is entitled Classroom and Building-Based Corrective Responses. It says, quote, Level 1 corrective responses are appropriate for unacceptable behavior that should be managed by the teacher in the classroom. These behaviors are low-level intensity and can be passive in nature and non-threatening. Examples of level 1 behavior include inappropriate behavior, being in an unauthorized area, and excessive display of affection. Examples of level 1 corrective responses include a student conference, a timeout, and a behavior contract. Out-of-school suspension is not a level 1 response, and yet New Hanover County data shows that last school year there were 18 out-of-school suspensions of kindergarten, first, and second graders for level 1 behaviors. This is one reason why Love Our Children shows up month after month to speak for our youngest learners who do not have the right to have a parent present at an informal hearing where they can be kicked out of school. Revise short-term suspension policy 4351 and stop suspending 5, 6, and 7-year-olds for minor infractions.
The book you voted to ban, temporarily restrict, says, quote, I wish I learned this history at your age, but there were no books telling the complete story of racist ideas, end quote. When we don't teach the actual history of our country because it's uncomfortable, we're choosing for injustice to continue to be passed down, whether because of race, gender identity, or sexual identity. This board says it's protecting all students, but the kids that need protecting are the ones experiencing racism and inequality. They are the ones being silenced, being told by your policies their experiences do not matter. This ban says loud and clear that the comfort of those in power is the most important. It is not. For those with the power, the privilege of being straight and white, it's easy to assume we know the truth about the past, the present, about other people, but we can only know our experience. Reading teaches us through the experiences and talents of those different than us. This board is silencing important conversations about race and about gender identity. The Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee has only discussed disabilities recently, and that's important, but there are many other student needs to be addressed. I would like to ask the board members who attended Williston's graduation recently why you attended, what you learned from attending an event that was necessary because of racist policies, and then voted to stop people from learning about that history. You spoke of finding another book to balance out Stamped. What does that even mean? We can't create an equitable society until we learn our history of inequity. It's time to do the uncomfortable, messy work of learning from our past so we don't throw away everyone's future.
Rocky Jeter Webb. Oh, no, wait. Sonia, I'm sorry. Sonia.
Good evening. My name is Sonia Bennington Patrick. I'm with the National Black Leadership Caucus, and many of our members represent an estimate of about 80 black churches here in New Hanover County and surrounding areas. The New Hanover, and I'm responding to your decision on September the 1st. 60 years after the March on Washington, banning an anti-racism book is a national political agenda to oppress black and brown children in the school system. It was challenging for the African Americans to sit through that hearing and listen to Katie Gates, the parent who filed the complaint, and the 4 members who supported the ban. Gates expressed that there is no systematic racism in America. She argued further that there should be another perspective in the book. This statement is implicitly biased when the American history books have very little or no history about African Americans. The hearing had an impact on the mental health of African Americans that were present. The decision of New Hanover County Board of Education has divided the community in the faith-based church, religiously, and socially. We are confused how a national nonfiction anti-racist bestseller can become educationally unsuitable for New Hanover County School Board. The decision on September the 1st have established a new chapter of racism in New Hanover County for the history books. The Black Caucus would like to thank all those who stood in solidarity with us, for we are descendants of those that were formerly enslaved, and many of our foreparents bore the burden of segregation, Jim Crow segregation, and we're still bearing it today. God seeks high and he looks low. There's only one race, the human race, and only God is superior. And he will have no other gods before him, and he will not have any other races before him. In the words of Dr. Martin Luther King, we must accept finite disappointment, but never lose infinite hope. Thank you for listening.
Rocky Jeter Webb.
Before I start, I just want to say this is nothing personal, it's just business. Good evening, Board. I watched last week's meeting of the Katie Gates hearing. I thought you made the right decision, although it's unfortunate that Mrs. Melissa Mason's motion to get rid of the book stamp completely didn't go through. I thought that was a tragedy. Now, on the other hand, I heard a fellow member, Mr. McManus, say that getting rid of this book in schools would be offensive to the black community. Now, what I want to know is, when did Mr. McManus become a voice for the black community? I'm from the black community, and I find the book stamp very offensive.
Go ahead.
Carry on, please. I'm from the black community, and I find the book stamp very offensive. My fellow patriot Katie Gates does, as well as many other patriots who I have talked to. talk to. The context specifically is offensive to white people and Christians. As someone who has white people in their family and has white friends, if they find it offensive, then I also find it offensive. The other thing is that it is offensive to Christians, which I happen to be one of. Why is it, according to Mr. McManus, that it's offensive to white people and Christians, but it's not offensive to black people? It should have never been in our public schools to begin with in the first place. How many black people does Mr. McManus know that support this book stamped? Now, as a representative of the black community, let me explain something. We don't need this book to represent us, especially a book that doesn't tell the truth about the true history of the USA. This book doesn't represent me, and it doesn't represent the black community. Just because we are black doesn't mean that we have to support all black everything. I've had people get mad at me when I've said I don't support Black Lives Matter, because who do they matter to? There's a lot to discuss.
You're out of time. Thank you. Veronica Lauren Brown.
Have you reviewed the latest data from the Office of Communication on kindergarten to second grade out-of-school suspensions? The level of detail is extensive. There are filters that report which schools and staff are involved. Suspended children can be sorted by grade, ethnicity, and gender. There are filters for English language learners, special education, and gifted students. Out-of-school suspension data can be sorted by 23 different student code of conduct infractions. Multiple years of data can be compared. Imagine the effectiveness of our school board policies if they were based on this kind of data. Data that would help us ask and answer important questions. 2 years ago, there were 73 out-of-school suspensions for kindergarten, first, and second grade. Last year, there were 71 suspensions for the same group, even though a new policy was implemented where our youngest learners would only be suspended for serious offenses, guns, drugs, assaults. So why were 43% of the out-of-school suspensions for kindergarten to second grade last year for reasons other than guns, drugs, and assaults? Why was a young child kicked out of school for excessive display of affection? Why was there only 3% drop out of school, 3% drop out of school suspensions for 5, 6, and 7-year-olds from 2 years ago to last year? The policy committee needs to undertake a thorough review of policy 43.1 and change it and allow students to have representation at out-of-school suspensions hearing. Love Our Children North Carolina has asked each of you to meet with us to talk about the data. We hope that you will.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Good afternoon. My name is Jill Hopman, Chair of the New Hanover County Democratic Party and an immigration and human rights attorney for the past 15 years. I regularly work with children during administrative proceedings, and lately this board seems oddly intent in walking smack into a very avoidable lawsuit. I've listened to the testimony regarding short-term suspension policy 4351, and the district is basically saying, well, we don't want parents at disciplinary hearings because then they defend their children and things get messy. Or, we already offer bare protection, so shrug, we can just ignore these other standard due process issues. But how can a 4 to 7-year-old possibly understand what mitigation means, or how to call a witness, or how to request an adjournment without adult guidance? You are going to get us sued. What will the board do when a conservative student gets suspended for, say, writing slurs in a textbook or bullying an immigrant student? Or the first time an African-American parent with all the public disproportionality data takes the district to task over discriminatory punishment? Your on-the-record discussions will prove to a court that you could have prevented harm had you just instituted a simple policy to allow vulnerable students to have representation. Instead, you're leaving a gaping loophole that can easily be closed, and that would put everybody in a stronger and safer position. For a board that ran on parental rights, and one with such impressive credentials as we heard in detail on Friday, it should understand that parents have a specific interest in protecting their kids from unnecessary and punitive actions that may ruin their futures. Maybe this doesn't matter to the underqualified law firm that you overpay. Maybe they advised you to ignore this, like they advised you to ban a book based on partisanship, despite it being explicitly unconstitutional. Maybe it doesn't matter to you that Ms. Gates misleadingly cited only to the dissent in PICO, not the actual controlling Supreme Court law. Maybe you're gunning for a lawsuit or two for the press and precedent. But it is the students, teachers, parents, and taxpayers of New Hanover County who will ultimately pay the price. Thank you.
My name is Dr. Kimberly Hardy, and as this is a purely political effort right now, it makes sense that I stand before you as the second vice chair of the North Carolina Democratic Party, the highest ranking African American woman in North Carolina politics right now. And I can tell you that while no one book speaks for any one particular population, the book Stamped is a very accurate reflection of the history of African Americans and racism in this country. I was here several weeks ago and listened to all of the arguments on both sides of this issue, as a scholar does. And at no point has a valid and educationally sound argument been made relative to a ban of this book. The issue of parents' rights, which I can assure you as a former school social worker has never been in question and has always been in place, was satisfied at the granting of the request for one person's daughter to be excused from reading the book. To enact a ban against the book at this request of one parent amounts to overreach and a violation of everyone else's parental rights. As a mother, I more than adequately am prepared to make decisions about my son's education and would not deign to let my personal or religious beliefs, both of which have been used in support of this request for the ban, be brought to bear on the choices of other parents. If those in support of this ban were approaching this issue in good faith and a genuine openness to an honest discourse on issues of race and racism toward the goal of healing, awareness, and community solidarity, these proceedings would not be necessary. We are here today because of an ideological culture war designed to divide and distract us from the real issues impacting our children's education. We must and can do better. I refuse to believe that this assembly of people here tonight cannot find a more robust use of time and collective voices than to stand in opposition to free speech, fairness, and honesty. We started the proceedings tonight watching children of different races stand next to each other and sing about the promise of this nation, and how dare we stand here now to ban a book that would teach those children to continue to stand beside each other as adults. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Last week, when she advocated to remove Stamped, a speaker expressed her belief that systemic racism is not real. My question to her and to all of you here is, what if it is? Surely you don't believe that systemic racism is not real. What if we observe disproportionate treatment toward people of color, and especially toward African American people? As a sociologist, I know that systemic racism is visible in racial disparities such as health disparities, like disproportionate adverse outcomes for pregnancy, or educational disparities such as suspension and expulsion practices in educational systems. Perhaps some of you will recall from the groundwater training at the Racial Equity Institute that many of us attended. We have ample data available that proves the reality of systemic racism. In fact, the Inclusive Economy report from the Cape Fear Collective points out that, quote, overt racism remains a barrier for residents of color. It impacts children in public schools and is proof of systemic racism here. What if, instead of denying the fact that systemic racism is real, we decided to take it more seriously as a community who cares about all of our children in school? James Baldwin once said, not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced. Failing to tackle the ideas that drive systemic racism, we ensure that it will continue to contaminate our community. We have seen 125 years of pervasive systemic racism in this town. We've seen 10 young people, including students in our school system, wrongly convicted and sent to prison when they protested systemic racism they experienced when integrating New Hanover County schools. I saw many of you at the Legacy graduation for Williston, where we finally celebrated the students whose educational aspirations were denied by systemic racism. We can do better as a community. We can tell the truth. We can reckon with it. We can repair it. And we can create a more vibrant community. Thank you.
Eden Avery.
To the four majority board members, I'd like to congratulate you. You have indeed upheld your promises to protect our children and ensure parental rights that you advocated for during your campaigns. On Friday, the decision that you made cements the fact that you are working to ensure the rights of a very select group of parents, and that you picture in your mind a very select group of students worthy of protecting. So congratulations. Yes, you've won yet another battle in a well-orchestrated war across our state and nation on educational equity, inclusion, and representation in our schools. 2 of those state-level legislation pieces were referenced earlier tonight. However, sadly, all of our children continue to be the losers in this politicized game, which we have formerly known as public education. Are these really the issues that are of most pressing priority for you as a board? Are we not worried about the crisis of mental health that's facing our students? Suicide, overdoses, that's happening, that's real, that's in our schools. Where's the 5-hour debate on those issues? I would love to be invited to that, as I'm sure other parents and teachers and community members would as well. You have allowed one parent the opportunity to have unfettered access to you in a dialogue that disparaged the writings of a Black author, 2 authors, and yet, forgive me, Ms. Walker, Ms. Crable, and Mr. McManus, I do want to thank you for all that you've done to try to uplift the needs of all of our students. It doesn't go unnoticed. I will say it's very disturbing to know that the board will be looking at a policy later tonight that will effectively vote to ensure that those debates are censured. That's
Thank
shameful.
you, you're out of time. Ms. Stackhouse? Ms. Stackhouse?
Ms. Stackhouse?
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. This past school year, there were 3 out-of-school suspensions of kindergarten, first grade, or second grade students for showing disrespect to a member of the faculty or staff. Although showing disrespect is a problem, it's a teachable moment. No 5, 6, or 7-year-old should be kicked out of school for making that mistake. In fact, short-term suspension policy 4351 says no student under age 8 will be suspended out of school except in response to incidents involving violations of the drugs and alcohol policy, the assault and threats policy, the weapons, bomb threats, terrorist threats, and clear threats of safety policy. Clearly showing disrespect is not part of any of those policies. If our youngest students had the right to have a parent present at the informal hearing before it's decided a child would be suspended, that parent could ask 2 important questions. First, which positive behavior support alternatives have you already utilized? Because the policy states that out-of-school suspensions will only be used as the last resort. Second, did the child have drugs, alcohol, weapons, make threats, or was the child involved in an assault? The data shows that there were at least 30 out-of-school suspensions of 5, 6, and 7-year-olds, for which the answer to that question is no. You cannot undo the harm that those children experienced, but you can revise the policy. What are you waiting for? You can spend 5.5 hours on a book,
Thank
and
you, Ms.
Johnny
Stackhouse.
still
You're out of
can't
time.
read.
Lisa Maples.
Good evening. Today I've come to pray. First, the Lord's Prayer. Jesus said to pray like this: Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be your name. Let your kingdom come. Let your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For yours is the kingdom, yours is the power, and yours is the glory, forever and ever. Amen. And Lord Jesus, I do pray that your will be done here tonight at this meeting, in our schools, and in our community. And I also want to pray a prayer out of Colossians 1. In Jesus' name, I pray you are filled with the knowledge of God's will in all wisdom and spiritual understanding. I pray you walk worthy of the Lord, fully pleasing to him. I pray you are I pray you are fruitful in every good work. I pray you increase in the knowledge of God. I pray you are strengthened with all might according to his glorious power. I pray you are patient and long-suffering with joy. I pray you receive or have already received Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. Then you can give thanks to the Father who has qualified you to be partakers of the inheritance of the saints in the light. I pray you know the power of the blood of Jesus to deliver you from the powers of darkness and convey you into the kingdom of the Son of his love. And I pray you know Jesus, in whom you have redemption through the blood of Jesus.
Your time is up. Thank you. Ruth Hall.
So my name is Ruth Hull, H-U-L-L, and thank you very much for letting me speak tonight. I appreciate it. Your vote to remove the book stamped from our community's curricula has already had a profoundly negative impact on our community as a whole, and particularly on our children. They are being force-fed in our elementary schools through high school, history classes and textbooks, partial truths about our nation's history of racism and its institutionalization in our country and in this community. In most classes, no mention is made of the cultural biases or any inaccuracies of the textbook themselves, yet even a cursory look at any of them will reveal many. Perhaps you should look at them with the same scrutiny with which you have supposedly looked at Stamped. And please go back and look at the actual complaints against this book, especially those stating that sources were misquoted or twisted, and look up the sources and read them yourselves. You will find that the text holds true to the sources on its interpretations and quotations. The authors do make their own conclusions about impacts and meaning, but those are based upon the sources themselves and actual events. The deliberate twisting of facts is being done by those who oppose the inclusion of this book in our classrooms. Our history books in this district still do not present much of the truth regarding the enshrinement of Black enslavement in our U.S. and individual state constitutions, the history of slavery preceding our country's founding, or how our government and societal institutions have perpetuated the effects of slavery through to our present day. Your search for a, and I'm going to do quotes here, balance to Stamped can be found in our district's history textbooks. By the time our children are in an AP class, they have been steeped in this balance. And an aside here, There were many assertions that the content was not the issue.
Thank you, Ms. Hull. Your time is up.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Timothy Merrick, and I'm here to talk about the decision, the incredible decision that you made last week. But I'm going to let others talk about the inanity of the reasoning behind your suspension. Instead, tonight, I want to call you out for some of the worst governance that I have witnessed in a board of your size and stature. I have been a member of many nonprofit and educational boards over the years. The most important lessons I've learned were about governance, how this board comports itself in relationship to the superintendent, the teachers, the staff, the students, and the parents is vitally important. You do not enter the classroom. You are not teachers. You have no place there. You are in charge of hiring and causing to be hired the many people who do the fine work for this district. You ensure that there are policies and procedures in place. You hold others accountable for the following those said policies. This is called governance. Look it up. Ms. Gates went through all the proper channels in regard to her complaints about the book Stamped. The professionals you hired or caused to be hired did their jobs according to your policies and procedures. Her complaints to you should have been referred to appropriate channels. In fact, they were, and those channels were taken up and no required action would be taken. But you decided to take up this case in a monkey trial that completely disregards your own procedures and shows your distrust or disrespect for the people you have hired. Your superintendent, did he fail to do his job? If not, your place is to work with him. Your job is not to take the instance of one parent. And my time is up, so I thank you.
Wow, this is my third school board meeting ever, and all right here. And whew, after 24 people commenting, I'm saddened. And I'm in awe of all you board members who have taken your time to run for office, your precious time here, all the staff, you're all here, you're listening. This is the democratic way, to listen to the concerns, and then tough decisions have to be made. And so I'm here to encourage prayer for every meeting of the school board, because we need prayer. After what I just witnessed tonight, we need God's wisdom and guidance in everything we do. When I look back at history of this country, the Pilgrims asked for guidance, God's wisdom. George Washington asked for guidance and wisdom before his constituents. In the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln asked for guidance and wisdom. Franklin Delano Roosevelt asked for guidance and wisdom. A Democratic president, 4-term, consistently on record, asking for God's wisdom and guidance. And all our presidents since then have asked upon God's wisdom and guidance. And so I ask for continued prayer for God's wisdom and guidance from this board, humbly, because we need wisdom. And so I thank you for serving and giving your time.
Thank you. That concludes it.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for everyone who has spoken today. We are going to continue with our information section. Board members, do we need to take a 5-minute break? Are we good? Yes. We do? Okay. We will take a 5-minute break. I have 8:41, so we please return to the dais by 8:45.
6:41.
Oh, yeah. Let me hold my watch a little further out. 6:41. Please return by 6:45. Yeah. Same kind of numbers.
I was like, please don't take us back. Please.
If we could ask the board members to come back to the dais, please. Thank you very much. Board members. Can't do this by myself. All right. Well, there's two of us. We're getting closer. Well, I thought we had two. She kept going. All right. I don't even see. Board members, we want to continue. So board members, if you make your way up, please. Once we get forward, we'll start it up. Well, Crable kept walking. She just kept going. We got 4 to 6. All right, that gives us 4. If we could have the audience have a seat, please. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and carry on. Our next item. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we got 4. Yeah. All right, we are going to continue with our information section. Again, those in the audience, if you will, please have a seat. Thank you. We are going to ask Dr. Faison to come forward. Oh, my goodness, look at that. I look up and she's there already. Thank you, Dr. Faison. We will let you carry on.
Good evening.
Thank
And I
you.
will be very brief. I just want to take the time to let our audience know about our first grade Reading Buddies program. So we actually have, we're working with our community to have first grade Reading Buddies in every elementary school.
That's awesome.
So what I want, those of you who are listening and those of you who are here, and I noticed that some of your names are not on the sheet back there. I looked, but some others are not. Sorry. So we have a sheet in the back, and we ask that you please sign up. If you cannot sign up and you're not here, please go online. And what we're asking with our first grade Reading Buddies is you will just give some of your time to about 30 minutes a week to read with a first grader, to listen to a first grader. This will be very beneficial in our literacy journey. So just want to remind you of that and let you know you can sign up tonight, and I'll take any questions, but I really want, if you have not volunteered and you're listening, please give your time to support our schools. I mean, it's 30 minutes a week to really get invested with our literacy program, and we'll appreciate it.
Dr. Faison, I want to say that I think this is outstanding. We've talked about reading. Reading is fundamental. We've all heard that, and we put a kind of a line in the sand for third grade reading, but if they don't get it in first grade, then they're always behind. So I appreciate this very much. Board members, Ms. Craybill?
So if they didn't come tonight to put their name down, for you to contact, how do people, do they contact a school? Do they contact you? Do they contact our communications department? So we can get background checks and all that stuff?
They can do all three, whatever their choice. They can actually reach out to their school. We also have it on our website. They can reach out to our communications department. Ms. Jean Hall is also partnering with that, and they can reach out to her. So I think most parents who would probably be interested in this will probably be comfortable with contacting their child's school, so they can do that anyway. We just do the volunteer check. And we're hoping to get started in October, and we want to make sure that all of our schools have some first grade Reading Buddies. We're going to start, we know, not with every first grader having one, but I'm going to be honest, we really want to be the first county that can say every student in first grade has a Reading Buddy. And I just believe in New Hanover County we can do it. So that's why you're going to hear us talk about it over and over again, because we are a district and a community that supports, and this is what we need, and we know our community will rise to the challenge.
Ms. Barnhart?
I was just going to say, for the people listening, you go to our New Hanover County Schools and you can click on the community tab, and looking the second block down, that's how you can sign up online to do the Reading Buddies. And this is a great program for community engagement.
Ms. Bradford?
Thank you, Dr. Faison. How many first graders do we have?
Ooh, you've got me. Dr. Barnes, look that up really quick for me. How many first graders or
And how
Mrs.
many are we short?
Well, we have not, I can tell you right now, we are short tremendously because initially we just want to make sure we get it so it's in every school. The next phase is so that every school, every child has it. So our first push was to make sure that every school has a reading program. So we're not at the point, we're not close to having every school at this point. I mean, every student at this point.
1,800-ish.
And you can actually go to a school and read with several first graders, and let's be real, you probably can read with 2 or 3 first graders in a 30-minute time block. So we're not asking for a lot of time. We're just asking for a commitment because our students do look forward to this. So if you're going to do this, we ask that you be committed to them.
Ms. Walker?
Thank you. So this is ongoing. This is for the whole year you're asking, right? 30 minutes per week for a whole year. I would just say that this is a great program. This is a great way for anybody out there listening that wants to get involved, that doesn't know what to do. This is an easy thing to do, and it is very, very rewarding thing to do. You can be a parent, you can be retired, whatever you need, but we really need to get involved with our schools, and this is a great way not only to do that, but to actually become part of the community in our schools. It is one of our part of our strategic plan to do so. That's really from our side when I say that, but it's very important. I used to do it with my children at their schools, and anything you can do to help us elevate, volunteerism, period, and also reading is essential. So anybody listening, if you and you can come up to any one of us too and ask us if you're not clear about how to do it, we'll be able to help you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Ms. Mason?
My question is, how great of a need do you have for those who are bilingual students, whether it's Spanish or sign language, or I know we had a cute speech translator here this evening. How big is that need?
That's a large need, but I will tell you what we've done with this program is we actually want all of our first graders to receive this. So the principals have the autonomy at this point in time to select where they begin, but that's a great need. Definitely. But whether you are one of our struggling readers or a top reader, we still want you to have that opportunity to be able to increase your reading capacity with one of our community members.
All right, Ms. Gribble, take us home.
So I know that we are encouraging to have protected, core instruction time. So is there a time of the day that you think, so that if people are planning, they may not be able to come in the morning or they may not be able to come in the afternoon. So is there a suggested time frame for folks?
Great question. The thing about that is I would say reach out to your school because first grade reading is going to be at different times during the different schools. So the principals would work that in, and it will look different at each school. So reach out. I would imagine that each principal will be able to find a time that will work with you and work with some of our first graders.
And we're going to carry on with Mr. Anderson. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you
Faison.
so
That's
much.
awesome. We're looking forward to that. I agree. We'll look out for that. That's good stuff.
Thank you. Good evening. Back in April of this year, the board authorized us to proceed with a demographic and facility utilization study. We contracted with Cropper GIS and McKibben Demographic Research, and we're going to present the findings of that study tonight. Before I introduce the speaker, I want to just ask that, one, if you don't mind, if you could hold your questions to the end of the presentation, I would appreciate it. But two, and maybe even more importantly, is this is being presented for information only. We're not here to take any action on this, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of discussion in the upcoming weeks and months. So take some time with this information. Read it on your own, digest it, and feel free to reach out to myself and Dr. Faust with questions and ideas for next steps. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Matthew Cropper with Cropper GIS, and he'll give the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson, members of the board, Dr. Faust. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. Matthew Cropper with Cropper GIS Consulting. I was here a few months ago talking about this project that we were working on, and I'm here tonight to give you an overview of our findings and the results of our study. So just to recap, as Mr. Anderson said, we were hired to develop an updated demographic study, a 10-year enrollment forecast for every single school by grade. Look at that demographic study and the forecast enrollment as it relates to utilization or school capacity. And so we've got some things to share with you on that in this document. And then develop some recommendations as it relates to address the long-term facility needs for this county. So utilization forecast is basically looking at forecasted enrollment, as like I said, as it relates to building capacity. So when you look at utilization, utilization means how full is the building? It's 100%. If it's full, it's 100% utilized. We took that forecast enrollment, compared it to capacity, and then put it on a 10-year time chart. And we've color-coded the time chart to give a good visual depiction of overutilization or where there may be some excess capacity. So everything that's the darkest green symbolizes areas that have more capacity, all the way up to the deepest red are areas that have the most critical overcrowding, which is over 105%. And the darkest green is under 65%. This is hard to see because it's, of course, on a projection screen. But as you can see, one of the big takeaways with this is there's a lot of deep red. There is a lot of overcrowding that exists in this district. There are some pockets where there is some available capacity, but looking at just trying, what this tells me is that you cannot solve the challenges of overcrowding in this county by just moving boundaries. You need to address the overcrowding by adding capacity into key parts throughout this county. We have a map here that kind of puts that table into a map format that kind of gives you a little bit of better visual of how utilization looks across your county. So this is elementary current utilization, and you can see most of it's red and dark red and pink. You do have some pockets of green that exist throughout in some parts of the county, but as you look at the next 5 years, you can see it starts to get more red and pink and not as much green. And then the 10-year forecast shows more red with some pockets of green. So looking at middle schools, it's more of the same, what we've seen, and high schools. There's really no way to resolve or relieve overcrowding just by moving boundaries, just because the capacity does not exist. If you look at all the seats in the county versus all the students, you just don't have enough capacity. So moving boundaries is most likely just going to move an overcrowding situation from one school to another. Again, looking at the map charts, you could see this is the current middle school utilization, and then if you go to a 5 and 10-year window, you could see it's not going to get any better. The overcrowding exists here in the county now, and it's not, the demographic forecast does not show relief through population enrollment decline. Looking at your high schools, again, current, and then a 5-year and a 10-year shows some areas are green, but mostly if overcrowding. And if you look at it as a whole, again, there's not enough capacity to resolve and bring everything into the green, which sometimes we see that in districts, but that does not exist here in New Hanover County. So basically our summary of our findings is that there is overcrowding at all levels. Boundary changes alone are not going to resolve the issues with your schools as it relates to that. It does require capital construction, adding capacity at all 3 levels to help address the overcrowding and try to get your schools more into the green per se. And this is not a matter of building for students that you are anticipating. This is a matter of building for students that are here now. So it's not a matter of if we build it, they will come. This is build it because they are here. And that's really what my takeaway was and as a result of this, this exercise. Looking at school utilization imbalances, our next step was to try to determine what could be done or what could be done to help balance out utilization and to pressure test different things that have been identified by the county in capital and construction, and to see how does that work. Is it enough? Is it going to give you a relief? And what could it provide some balance of utilization in your county? This just shows the color coding on here really is looking at things as it relates to the average utilization. So anything that is green tells me that if this is elementary, any school that is shown in green are within 10% of the county average of utilization. If it's yellow, that school is between 10 to 15% high or low from what you're compared to your total utilization at the elementary level. And anything red is over or under 15% utilization as you compare that to the county utilization for elementary school. It doesn't mean that sometimes you'll see green cells that are over 100%, and that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not an overcrowded situation. It's just comparing it as it relates to all the other schools, really looking in terms of how equitable is the utilization in the county, and where are the imbalances. This is the first step we do when we start looking at ways to provide relief for schools. And you'll see we've also included with and without portables, so you can understand how the portables that you have throughout the county are providing relief. Again, middle and high schools, you could see the middle school at the top, a lot more green on the right side. That just shows that with the portables that you have in play are helping to provide a better balance of utilization and providing the relief they need. And then your high schools have some imbalances as well. So one of the things that we were looking at was I talked with the district and said, you really can't boundary change your way out of the situation, and got a list of the information that they were considering for capital improvements, and I plugged those in to a model to see how could it look as it relates to providing relief, and is it enough, or is it being done in the right spots to provide relief that you're trying to help resolve. And this includes building a new elementary school with 525 seat capacity near Williams, and that new elementary will be paired with Williams Elementary School. So you'd have a pre-K2 serving in one building, and then 3rd through 5th grade in another building, and it would be one large zone. Pine Valley rebuilt on the same site with a larger capacity. Porter's Neck expanded to 700. Masonboro and Alderman both expanded by 130 seats, bringing them up. And then building a new middle school on the C-Tech property for 1,000 capacity, and then using that Trask Middle School that you have right now and converting it into high school space and using that for Laney High School. So that's repurposing that building and using it for high school, bringing Laney up to 2,500 seats. So as you could see, we did some modeling and just to show proof of concept. And you can see, as with elementary schools, with the capacity additions that have been identified, it does bring most of your schools into the green, some in the yellow. That new elementary school, you see, was left low intentionally because that provides the ability to offer a pre-K program at that building. So once pre-K gets offered in that building, that will bring that up to a green, per se, utilization. So it does show that at the elementary level, the capital projects that have been identified do provide relief, and you can balance utilization in an effective manner. And then for middle and high school as well, like I said, building that new middle school on the C-Tech property, and then repurposing Trask for your high school space does provide balance of utilization and give you the relief that you need. One thing to note with the Roland Grice is it shows that up at 106%, but that school does have an 8-classroom modular, and Murray has a 4-classroom modular, which can remain to help provide some additional capacity relief to those buildings. We also tested other things like how would it impact your feeder patterns, and doing so helps provide a great improvement to your feeder pattern continuity, and that's elementaries progressing to a middle school, and then middle schools to a high school, trying to make sure that that's efficient. And if you have to split a school, make it a balanced split. Try to avoid like a 5% of elementary going to one school and 95 to another. And so we did show and were able to demonstrate an improvement in your feeder patterns. your middle to high schools as well. You could get to a lot more clean feeders and not as many feeder pattern splits, in particular three-way splits from middle to high school. It can resolve a lot of those, and you have a lot of opportunity here with the capital construction that's been identified. What we're looking at, and this is just a proof of concept, is that you're doing so with this capital construction and helping to right-size the district. You could potentially impact around 1,500 elementary students, 350 middle, and 950 high school students. So it's not a small task. It's something that would take a lot of effort to get done, but it's something that I feel is absolutely necessary for the students in this county. So just to summarize, that concept that I developed demonstrates that all the planned capacity additions can be fully leveraged and utilized to help provide relief to schools across the county, even those that don't have a capacity project planned. It can be done in spots where you can equalize enrollment and help make things, provide relief to all schools. Even with the new added construction, you'll still be operating near 100%. So what has been identified is not, I would say, an aggressive capital plan. It's really a conservative plan. And you're still, even with the building, adding space to your schools, you're still going to be operating at about 100%. So that's certainly that's not an aggressive asking for too much to get this done. And this district's plan will leverage all of the existing and planned space without much extra. And again, just to recap, it's really something that's needed for the students that are here now, not for forecasted enrollment, but this is a need that is here now for the students that you're serving right now. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Board members, any questions? Barnhart?
I think it's very concerning what you just said, that this is only looking at the capacity and affecting now, because that's not allowing us any wiggle room for uncertainty. So if we're looking at potentially expanding different things, my biggest question, I'm concerned with portables and safety when we're seeing that as capacity, so I'm grateful that there's room, but there's also a concern with that when we're adding those to properties. But then the other question becomes, do we have the possibility to vertically expand? And how many of our schools would allow us that possibility to allow capacity increase?
Thank you. So I think we're going to be limited on vertical expansion, but the majority of our schools and sites and campuses have space where we can add on. Most all of our schools, or all of our schools that have been built since 1999, have a core space that's larger than the number of classrooms, the building capacity, so that we did that anticipating mobiles or additions to that campus. So we've taken that into consideration in the design of those buildings, and I think a lot of our older campuses actually have larger sites. So yes, we can definitely look at other expansions. And one thing I'd like to mention, when you're looking at the utilizations, this is without mobiles, and we do that purposely in planning because, be quite honest, we've had some mobiles that have served us well, but it is time for them to be retired. And so just keep that in mind in looking at these numbers. And also in this proof of concept, this is just one of many different variations. If we decide we want to lower the utilization, get closer to 85 than 100, or if we want to look at building larger schools that, than what we propose, we can certainly do that. This is just, this is based off the school data that we've constructed schools over the past 10 years. But that's not written in stone, and this is just one proof of concept. There could be many more variations.
Bradford?
Mr. Anderson, I'm missing something here. I've added the elementary capacity, the middle, the high, and then I've added the draft concept estimates, and it's lower than our enrollments by a couple thousand students. So what am I missing?
So this doesn't include pre-K or open enrollment sites?
This is only looking at schools that have boundaries per se when we're working through it, which there are a number that do not, that make up that difference.
So I think Eaton and Coddington alone would come pretty close to making up that difference.
Any other questions, board members? Ms. Walker?
It doesn't matter.
I didn't see her. Sorry.
This is a lot to take in. I appreciate you doing this. This is definitely a discussion we're going to need to have very soon, especially now that you're telling us we're already pretty full. I guess I had a question technically about the downtown schools primarily, what we're not calling magnet schools right now, that are way underutilized. I know you made the comment that that districting is not going to really help, I guess, in the long term. Short term, though, maybe it would help. I mean, I don't really know. Our policy is that if you don't, or you're districted to say Snipes, you don't have to go to Snipes, or you're districted to a particular school. It's about the choice if you decide you want to change schools. Did you guys look at any of that? I mean, I don't really know if you looked at our policies as far as that's concerned.
We did. There is some opportunity for adjustments. Snipes is really the only school that has some excess capacity to work with. If you look at the others, they show in the green, but you're really talking about 60, 70 seats to work with before they get into the pink. And so there is some opportunity. I would just say that it's important to keep in mind the minimizing the impact and doing something and try to minimize the movement of students. If you're going to move students and you're going to move them sooner than later, make sure that they don't have to be mindful of them when you start to look at a larger capital plan and have to move a lot more students to not impact them again. So just be mindful of the movement of communities more than one time as you work towards providing relief to all your schools.
Graybill.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Cropper. I have a couple of questions for you. So in some of the pictures, the graphics you were showing us about the green areas, especially in the northern part of our county, are those areas of land developable? Is that not even a word? But like a lot of it might be marsh, and so it looks big, but it's
Correct.
really not.
Correct. There is a lot of territory, land up there that probably will not have residential development on it. Certainly not all of that area that you see. Castle Hayne is one that sits in the northern part, and it shows in green in the early maps. But then when you look at the 5 and 10-year maps, it starts to go into the pink. And so there is ongoing development up there that's occurring, and it's eventually going to further fill that building and those buildings up in the north. But to answer your question, yes, there is a lot of land, and you look at these large zones, that is marshland, wetland, lowlands that are probably not going to develop ever. So
I'll just add to that, one of the controlling factors in that part of the county is availability of water and sewer. And I understand it will be expanded into that area, and when that happens, development is going to occur fast.
Okay.
Ms. Graybill, you got to follow up.
Yeah, so I was looking at when looking at your figures for the Mason Borough, that area seems to be growing pretty fast. Is 130 seats enough for the pace that it's growing?
So we're looking at expansion of Bradley Creek and Mason Borough.
Okay.
The 130 seats may not be enough, but again, if we're designing a school for 500, we're designing the core capacity for 700. If we get over that core capacity, it's going to overload restrooms, media centers, cafeterias, and just the site in general. I mean, if you've driven down Mason Borough Loop Road, you know what traffic conditions are like already. So we do want to be mindful of that and, not overbuild on a particular site.
Barnhart?
Like, I'm kind of tagging on to what you were just talking about, Ms. Crable. I would kind of like to see a more aggressive approach in some of our areas, like to not plan for just what we have, to have a little bit, be proactive. I know many of us have inherited the problem with Porter's Neck Elementary and just how much growth that they're seeing. And so many times the question has been asked, why wasn't it just built bigger? And so I think that's something that we need when we're looking into this, the investment, and we're discussing with our county commissioners, that we should be cognizant and maybe be a little bit more proactive. And I like to see that reflected in the plans as we discuss further.
All right, Ms. Craybill.
All right, so when we're looking at this, I know you've said a couple times that we can't just, whack-a-mole it and move the kids around, but we've got to have some more stuff. So does this plan, two things, I had the opportunity, years ago, to be on the school building team where we talked about the necessary requirements that we need at elementaries, middles, and high schools. So when we're talking about making our schools bigger, is there a standard of some sort that we don't want to go over for the size of elementary schools, for all the infrastructure reasons that you just mentioned, but also for if we get too big, then we have to have another AP and another this and that, because our schools are big. So is there anything like that that we need to, be cognizant of?
Well, we do have educational specifications.
That's what it is. I couldn't think of the word.
That do provide number of classrooms, capacities, sizes, spaces, and so forth. I can't remember the last time that was updated, but it's been at least 10 years.
It's been 15 at least,
And I think that, if schools are a reflection of the community, we are growing more and more dense. And whether we like it or not, at some point, our schools are going to have to do the same, because we're the second smallest county in the state. And, there's the availability of land is going to catch up with us.
Ms. Walker, if you take this home, please.
So I guess the next question would be to Mr. Anderson. We're going to put figures to all of this, perhaps money figures to all of this, and the recommendations that are given, and probably have to present at some point to the commissioners. And I know they're having active conversations about this right now. But I guess also my next question that's the same as that is the effect of legislation and on charter schools. I don't know if that's going to affect enrollment numbers to a point where commissioners might be looking at it differently. Y'all have projected, Mr. Cropper, that we are going to grow regardless of that.
Well, the assumption in the demographic study is that charter schools will not expand to that degree.
Okay.
So if there is a change in state policy and they open up charter schools and it brings a large influx of charter enrollment, that will certainly have an impact on our forecast.
So I guess, Mr. Anderson, I guess that was I did a piggyback, but like the next step here for us as a school district.
So yes, the next step is to have some conversation with senior leadership in the board. I think there's some questions that we've asked tonight that deserve further conversation about the size of our schools, and then what is our target utilization rate. So we can address some of those questions, and then you're exactly right. We're going to then start finalizing list of improvements, locations, and cost estimates.
Mr. Wood, I have one more question.
Go ahead.
So as we're talking through this, question comes to mind, a 10-year ago redistricting plan, proximity of students to school from their home. And so we did a whole redistricting plan where, neighborhood school kind of thing. So is there any thought to that, like suppose I live here, but I'm equidistant from here to here. Can some of this be resolved by just drawing the line that say, I live on this side of the street, I go here, I go live on this side of the street, I go here?
I would say just in looking at it generally, and Matt looked at it as well, him and his team, there is very little improvement that you could make by minor modifications in district lines.
Yeah, and I'm
Is that
getting
fair?
that part.
That's correct,
Yeah.
yes.
So would this mean that we might also have to look at the location of some of our choice specialty schools, like our year-round schools, that maybe we need to have a real, not a real school, that's not, pardon me, year-round people, you're a real school. We need to have a traditional school in an area that we right now have a specialty school. Would some of that come into play as we're talking?
I said before, we took those open enrollment schools out of the equation, so we haven't looked at that. I don't think that it's going to have much of an impact because, our year-round schools are not multi-track, so whether it's year-round or whether it's a traditional, you're going to have the same number of students either way.
But some students may not, some parents may not want their children to go to a school if it's located in a certain area, which we found with our year-round middle school option when we were trying to do that.
If anything, that's helping us at this point.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Cropper, thank you so much for your time today. I'm sure we'll have a lot more discussions about this in the weeks and months to come. So thank you, board members. I think the idea of looking at this very closely is a great idea. Let us continue with our consensus items. Is there a motion to pass the consensus items?
So moved.
You have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
First and second, any discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Passes 6-0. We will continue. Ms. Nobles is here, and we're very excited to have her. She is our former Teacher of the Year, and she, sorry?
Point of order.
Regional, oh, I'm sorry. Yes, regional. Yes, let me, thank you.
But also, point of order, we're not following the agenda.
What did I skip?
It's supposed to be policies for
Oh, my
first
goodness, yes,
reading,
you,
policy
I'm
amendments.
just going to run.
I have no
wanted to
problem
get you
letting
out.
her
I'm sorry.
come,
Thank you.
but-
I apologize. Yes, I'm jumping ahead. Once again, skipping. So we have our policies for the first reading, and Ms. Noble, I do apologize for that. We'll turn that over to Ms. Barnhart.
Yes, there are two policies for first reading, and I apologize. When you're looking, I was looking at my notes for the automatic notification messaging system. In the policy that you see, it should have crossed out phone and text, and it should say automatic notification messaging at the top. And then our committee also discussed adding the language at the end of the first paragraph. The school system will offer multiple forms of language communication in the notification process. Other than that, that is the only change I saw on that for 5008.
And again, these are for first reading, so there's no action needed at this point. Again, we will carry on policy amendments.
No, we didn't. I had questions about,
Okay.
we need to talk about the new proposed policy for opening invocations before regular board meetings.
Okay, Ms. Crable?
Yes, so if we could pull that up on the screen, that would be helpful.
There it is.
Okay, so one of the things that I wanted to bring to our attention is that throughout the process of, it's number 5, letter B, number 5, in the event no invocational speaker signed up for a particular meeting, a board member may provide an invocation, and I am vehemently opposed to that option, that I would prefer that we have a moment of silence rather than having a board member do a prayer or in a religion that may not be appropriate for all of us here in the audience. But, and also maybe we could even just read an inspirational passage. I had to do that several times when I was the board chair, and I just, Googled inspirational school passages. So I just don't think that our board members need to get in the habit of giving invocations when our board clerk will have developed a big list. And, she's been very successful in reaching out to our faith-based communities and getting somebody every single time. So I don't know why we would move away from that.
Ms. Mason?
I also have a problem, not a problem, but concerns with that exact number. And it's not, I grew up going to church and our pastor never talked politics. And he didn't talk politics because he was a leader. I taught for 13 years in an elementary through high school classroom. I never talked religion or politics with my students because I was in a position of authority. I think that we sit up here in a position of authority, and I, though it may be legal, am not sure of the ethical ramifications of it. Because we do have a position of authority, and when you have that position, you do have the power to influence, and I think we need to be very careful of that.
Any other discussion? Ms. Walker?
I just want to add my half a cent in. I have a problem with number 5 as well, with all the things that were said here. I don't think we need to start venturing into this. I actually don't even know why we need this policy. I don't know if it was recommended. It doesn't really matter, I guess, but we've been doing fine the way we have been doing. I just want to just voice my concern with number 5. So I guess if anybody else out there that is listening, and this is first reading, it's not going to be passed tonight. So any other concerns, you probably want to just let us know.
And it will be.
Can I just add one more thing for us to look at? I'm just as the policy committee comes back together, I'm wondering why we need to codify the exact announcement in there. I know that in the email that I sent you guys after the first policy committee meeting, that there are only 6 out of 82 NCSBA sponsored boards, not sponsored, but supported boards. And 2 of those, the only reason they're on the list is because they mention invocation. There's nothing in the policy other than invocation. But the others, 2 of them are from large districts that have bylaws, and this comes straight out of bylaws that 2 of our larger school districts use. They may have some reasons that they need to do that, but I'm just thinking that we don't necessarily need that, especially when it says in the second paragraph, the religious leaders or chosen leaders of any assembly that periodically worships or regularly meets in New Hanover County for the purpose of worshiping or discussing their religious perspectives are invited for a brief invocation. So it's just, what are we going to call religion? Like, are we going to get into the Scientology, definition of religion? Who's going to decide if they are religious enough? And then we're down here in the non-affiliation with any faith-based or religious denomination, they are allowed to speak too. So if we're putting it in our message that you must be worshiping or discussing religious perspectives, and then we're saying that you don't have to be doing that, so we're kind of contradicting ourselves in there. And then I just was hoping that Mr. Vogel could give us a little bit of an overview on what this legal reference was, that the town of Greece, North Carolina versus Galloway and Marsh versus Chambers. Why are these cases important to this policy?
Mr. Vogel?
Those are both United States Supreme Court cases that establish the proposition that school boards or city council boards can provide an invocation at the start of a meeting for the purpose of conveying the solemnity of the meeting, and they set forth various ways in which a board can properly have an invocation that is consistent with the First Amendment's Establishment Clause. So those are important precedents interpreting the First Amendment that bind the entire country.
Can I ask another question? Oh, my turn.
Ms. Walker?
I guess it leads to the question I asked before, why do we have this policy now? Why now? Maybe that's a question for our legal team. Who decided to bring this policy forward? So that was Ms. Barnhart.
Chairman of the.
Yeah, I will address that. So we had an ACLU complaint, and there had been conversations in the community about what is the process and procedure, and there had been alluding to the fact that certain members of certain faith affiliations were chosen over others. And so I had discussed, is there a format that we could model so that we have everybody on the same playing field? And so that was the discussion of bring it forth. This is a first reading. So my understanding, I'll make a motion to send this back to policy and take the suggestions of the board. If anyone wants to second.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, first and second. Any further discussion? So the motion in front of us again is to bring it back to policy so that they can take the suggestions by the board and use them. So we have a first and second, Ms.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask too, when we're taking it back, so to give Mr. Vogel enough time, is there a reason why Lund versus Rowan from the Fourth Circuit wasn't cited as a legal reference?
Vogel?
No particular reason. It's a case of the United States Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit, is within our jurisdiction and binds our actions as well.
So I would like to see that, included, since that is most relevant to the work that we do within our community.
It's not necessarily most relevant, but
Well, pretty relevant,
but
because it's our
it is
circuit.
precedent. It is case precedent.
Thank you.
Bradford?
So, Mr. Chair, I
Lund
would
versus
like
Rowan.
to ask the attorney, I thought the point of this was to make sure that what we were doing would fit the legality of it, so that we were, because your job is to advise us to stay on the right side of the law. And is that what this is doing? Did I misunderstand?
Vogel.
No, that's precisely the task. Ms. Barnhart, the chair of the policy committee, asked me to provide a proposed policy that would keep the board in legal compliance, in conformance with First Amendment. And I surveyed the different policies in various other school boards in North Carolina, researched the First Amendment precedents at the U.S. Supreme Court and U.S. Court of Appeals level, and provided a proposed policy for the policy committee's review in order for the board, if it chooses to have invocations that comply with the United States Constitution, First Amendment.
Okay, so we have a first and a second in front of us. We have 1 minute left in our allotted time for this. All in favor of taking, get the right one here,
2315.
policy
2315
and returning that to policy committee and passing or allowing 5008 to continue on for second reading next month. Please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, so 2315 will go back to policy. 5008 will move on for a second reading next month.
Mr. Chair, I just had a question about that policy that we just, I think Ms. Barnhart said there were changes that weren't on here. Is there a way we can make sure the correct ones are?
Yes, and I'll repeat those changes. I apologize, Mr. Chairman. It should be titled Automatic Notification Messaging, and when you see it displayed in the recap, it says it correctly, but then the document upload was not noted with the change. And then the other sentence that we added after the first paragraph, was the school system will offer multiple forms of language communication in the notification process. And the conversation that came in policy for that justification, we have a heavy Hispanic population, but then we also reach different thresholds, German, Ukraine, whatever, whenever we get to a certain threshold in the district, to make sure the translation options that we have are available so people can opt in to basically get their messaging in different languages in the county.
Okay, thank you for that. I just want to make sure the correct version's up here for everyone, that's all.
I apologize.
Mhm.
All right, so we'll continue with policy amendments. Back to Ms. Barnhart.
Yes, and like I brought forth before in the agenda review, there was two small changes. In policy 2123, it should be Carolinas with an S, and then 2120, B24 should change subcommittees to just committees, and it would be adding also the cross-references to the board committee in policy 2230. With that, I would make a motion to accept the policy amendments as presented.
First and a second, discussion?
we already discussed at agenda review, were we pulling some of those policies for discussion? I know I asked for 2120. I think Ms. Crable asked for 2123. Is that correct?
Do we want to pull those off?
Yes, sir.
You said 2120?
Yes,
And
and
2123.
2123.
2123. All right, so with the exception of 2120 and 2123, we have a motion and a second.
I make a motion to pass all but 2120 and 2123.
Okay, we have a first and second. All in favor, please, again, in front of us is everything but 2120 and 2123. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passes 6-0. Let's start with 2120, please.
Would you like for me to start that discussion, or would you like for Ms. Barnett to
Why
lead
don't you
it
start?
out?
Why don't you start? Since you had it pulled off.
Okay, thank you, sir. Gosh, I have so many problems with this policy. I know originally when we had asked for it to be sent back to policy committee, it was hopefully to may have made it better, but I do not think it is better at all. I think, and in fact, I think it's even worse than it was when we asked for it to be sent back. So I guess what I'm asking for is why, there's a lot of red in here, a lot of red, and I'm just asking why maybe the policy committee or the majority felt like it was okay to put lines such as, "We will criminally prosecute you if we find you unethical." I just don't know how that's conducive to getting along as a board, and why someone felt that need to put that in there, and what guidance legally.
Would someone like to answer? Well, I'm just going to think, well, you're on the policy, so go ahead.
Yeah,
Yes,
no,
you
I
are.
was just going to say that I questioned that myself when we already have a policy that discusses that, policy 2116, removal from office. So I think that the paragraph that Ms. Walker was referring to is using pretty intimidating language in order to keep some board members from speaking. But if we're making criminal choices, then yeah, but we already have a policy that deals with that. So why do we have to have it in this policy?
Bradford?
I would just, Mr. Chair, ask that you make the request of the attorney, because I believe that that came from the recommendation of what we should do, and the legality of it, I don't understand it, but, just.
Vogel?
That particular sentence to which Ms. Walker and Ms. Crable were referring is not legally required. It's a sentence that at least one other school board in North Carolina had included in this type of policy that followed a paragraph like the paragraph that precedes it here about potential consequences for violations of ethical conduct. But it is completely discretionary. I mean, the statute says what it says. It could be included in the policy, or it could be excluded from the policy. It's not legally required.
Can I ask what other school district does this?
I don't have a list off the top of my head, but I do recall at the very least reviewing a board policy from Cleveland County.
Okay, Cleveland.
Ms. Walker?
Thank you, sir. Well, I imagine you guys on policy committee got legal advice to put this in here based on, I guess, Cleveland County, but y'all did not have to put it in here. And so my question is, why does the policy committee feel like we need a line like this in our policy? What do we feel? I've heard opinions about accountability, which this won't do. This is not going to make board members more accountable for what? I don't know. There's some pretty lengthy stuff added in here as well about what we can and can't do, which I think borderlines on, not allowing us to be able to speak our minds, which we are elected to do by many, many people. So I'm just confused, period, by this. I don't know. Y'all are trying to pass this now, but I don't think it's ready to be passed right now, because I think it's awful. I think it's worse than the first one. So what do we need to do here to help rectify this?
I would, to answer your question, we would entertain a motion so that we can do, something with this. Bradford? Ms. Crable?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt policy 2120 removing the paragraph, or there's two sentences that we're discussing, a board member's willful failure to discharge with the general statutes reference, removing that from it and passing it. Since I'm going to be out of time if I don't do this now, I think Friday was a perfect example of why we need this. We had personal attacks on board members. We're trying to limit the amount of time we spend in these meetings, and yet we probably had a good 20 minutes that was sucked up by that of the 5 hours that we were here. Robert's Rules of Order is something that we have adopted as policy. And so it's not an a la carte menu. You can't pick and choose which part of Roberts you want. It's either all or nothing. And so if we want to do away with Robert's Rules of Order as the way we conduct our meetings, we can just have the Wild West here. That will work just fine. But it's a process for debate. It was created so that everyone had a chance to speak. It creates ground rules for us. But it's not about you, and it's not about what you want to have or whatever you want. And it's about maintaining decorum. And all remarks are required to come through the chair. We're not supposed to address each other by name. We're certainly not supposed to make negative remarks about our fellow board members. Robert's Rules of Order says the fact that you think someone is an idiot doesn't give you the permission to say that from this dais. There seems to be some confusion over the fact that we operate by majority rule. There's 7 people on this board, and whatever the majority decides is what goes. For the last 2 years, it was a 6-1 or 5-2 vote, and no one complained. No one complained that Mr. Wildebohr never got a vote to go through. And he was polite the entire time. He kept his decorum. He never made attacks against other board members. We've had some things happen in the last couple of months that have been really interesting, and we're going down the wrong path. We need to have some accountability. We have accountability at every level of the school district. Every level, there's accountability except in this body. We hold our staff to a high standard. We hold our students to a high standard. But here, it's anything goes. If you've got the guts to pull it off, you can do it. And it's time that stopped. It's a time that we had some accountability. I'm not going to go on to some of the things that happened in the last couple of months. I'm not going to list them out because that's embarrassing to me to even think that they happened. But we need accountability. This school district has had a new superintendent for 3 years. We were in a bad place before he got here. We've got a whole lot going on for ourselves. But this board is the weak link now, and it needs to change. And it changes with accountability for the 7 of us sitting up here to mind our manners and act like adults. When I was a child, I acted like a child. I thought like a child. But when I became an adult, I act like an adult. It's time to put away our childish ways.
Okay, we do have a motion before, I'm going to let Ms. Mason speak, but before we do that, do we have a second on Ms. Bradford's motion?
I'll second it.
Again, that's to pass it without the section that says the board member's willful failure to discharge duties. Okay, so we have a first and a second, and Ms. Mason, please.
We do need accountability. 100%, we do need accountability. But in my opinion, and as I've said to several individuals on this board, the greatest accountability we have is every 2 years. There's an election every 2 years. And if we are not doing the right thing, please don't continue to vote for us. If we are violating ethics, please don't continue to vote for us. That is, I feel so strongly that is not our job. It is not our job to police each other. It is the community's job to let us know where they feel we've crossed the line.
Ms. Craig, and we are starting a second round because we have a motion now in front of us. Ms. Crayville.
That's what I was going to ask. Are we on the first round since we just had a motion?
We are on the first round, but we get started
Okay, so
again.
start my 5 minutes then. So I want to just ask a couple questions about good for me is good for thee. And so I need some clarification on just exactly what kinds of things does the committee, other than me, think that is important? Like, are we talking about when we some board members talk back, let's say, about things that some board members don't want to hear about? Is it rejecting motions because of B, number 3, allowing controversial issues to be presented and considered fairly and without bias? Are we talking about letter 4, B, number 4, render all decisions based on available facts and independent judgment and refuse to surrender the judgment to individuals or special interest groups? Nothing like having the GOP put some pressure on 4 board members in order to vote. So, and if we're looking at...
Give me 1 second, Ms. Graybill.
No, oh, I'm sorry.
Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Please calm down back there. Thank you.
If we're looking at number 6, respecting the confidentiality of information that is privileged under applicable law and refrain from unauthorized disclosure of matters in closed session, what about if a board member talks at a meeting outside of here and gives away information? What about working with other board members to establish, number 7, establish effective board policies to delegate authority for the administration of the schools to the superintendent, not us in there, trying to write policy and, not write policy, write procedures and pick curriculum and pick books. How about number 15, represent the entire county without fear or bias? This proposed policy is in direct conflict of that some of us who want to try and represent everybody here are shut down. What about number 16, avoid being placed in a position of conflict of interest and refrain from using the board member's position on the board for personal or partisan gains? What about people who have businesses and use our positions to try and better our business? What about trying to have people removed from other committees within the county by reaching out to other elected officials? What about number 22, remember always that a board member's first and greatest concern must be the educational welfare of the students attending public schools. Are we always doing that? What about 23, to seek individual retaliation of other board members' motives for personal reasons, i.e. religious or political? We just spent 5 hours on Friday discussing that. What about to understand our roles and not to overstep as a board member, a chairperson liaison, or an appointment to a committee? We are a governance body, and we do not set procedure. That is in the standards of the superintendent, so we're already violating that. What about coming back to the beginning when we are talking about a board member? Number 1, we will attend regularly scheduled meetings insofar as possible and become informed concerning the issues to be considered at the meeting. What happens if a board member states publicly that I have not read that policy? And what about if they're reading the policies and reading the stuff as we are trying to deliberate them on the dais? So there are a whole lot of things on here that I think our board is trying to micromanage, and I don't feel like that the board chair should, if the board chair believes that a board member has violated this code, the chairperson may afford the board member an opportunity to make an apology. But it doesn't matter if we make an apology because the board chair can still subject us to disciplinary action, censuring, removing board members from committee assignments, just all this stuff. And I want to know what privileges this committee wants to take away from me. We don't have, or me, any of us, we don't have privileges. So there's a lot of ambiguity in here, and a lot of it is placed on the shoulders of our board chair. And I can tell you, I assure you that I know it's difficult, that there is a lot placed on our shoulders that we have to pay attention to. At each meeting, we have to listen and try and participate, but also try and keep order. There are a lot of things that the board chair has to do, and I don't think it should be on the shoulders of the board chair to decide if what is good for me is good for thee. So those are my objections to this policy.
Thank you, Ms. Graybill. Ms. Barnhart?
I'm looking at time, we have 1 minute left, but just from this discussion, it's an acknowledgement that individuals on this board are concerned that board members are not acting ethically from this discussion here alone. And we have acknowledged through our discussion that it's no longer about should we be following the code of ethics. What it's about is being called out on it. What this outlines for every single one of us, myself included, is in the event that somebody oversteps a boundary, there's a process in place that we can openly address and openly be able to move on from it. So with that, Mr. Chair, time's up.
Okay, I'm going to let Ms. Walker finish, and then we'll be done. Then we'll vote.
And I just want to make this point too. I think we just said here, Robert's rules are, I just want to remind people, Robert's rules are also to give the minority a right to be heard as well. Robert rules are not just about the majority, and I feel like a lot of this policy here is all about what's good for the majority. And I'm honestly, as a minority member, feeling kind of like, I guess I got no chance, because if somebody deems me unethical, according to these gazillion lines in here, then, what am I supposed to do to stop it? I mean, obviously you can't arrest me and put me in jail, although you might want to. It seems to me that this is the idea behind this policy is punitive, it's to be punishing, it's to try and make people be quiet. And honestly, I put some asterisks beside some of these too. I feel like there are board members that probably have done some of this already. And so I'm not for strengthening this policy just to make it look good, just so I can turn around and try and be careful about what I'm supposed to say. I'm very fine with how I'm acting. I generally try to be respectful, and I try and just the chair. But at the same time, what if somebody doesn't like that and 4 people want to just go ahead and get rid of me or kick me off of something or take away my privileges? I don't like this policy. I don't know if I can amend it to basically send it back again. I would like to do that. Or just put it back to the way it was. Well, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and do it. I'm going to amend the policy to not just remove this line, but send it right on back so we can take a look at it again and get some real input from board members on how this should be written.
Okay, so we have, so your motion is to put it back into policy? Yes. Okay.
Just an amended one on that, because there's already a motion on the table, correct?
Mr. Chair, there's a motion on the table, though.
Right, so I'm
to
amending
approve it.
Okay.
But she's making a motion on top of it, which you've allowed before.
It's not a motion to amend. So the primary motion is
all right,
to be
so we
voted
have a motion, second, he's saying we can't, that's not an amendment to put it back.
Well,
So
what is it then? What can I do? I mean,
What is the motion to vote to accept this policy as written, except for taking out the word
Right.
subcommittee and taking out that
is-
one?
That is it.
Okay.
So at this point, Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll? Yes.
Point of order, Ms. Bradford had said to strike that a board
Right.
member's willful
Right.
failure to discharge the duties may, so we're striking that sentence.
Right.
As well as the changes with B24, next to committees, adding the cross-reference to committees.
So we have a motion second. Just to remind the board members, since we have 6 present board members, it would take a 4, still would be a 4-member to pass. So 3-3 tie, it would fail. Just make sure everybody knows that. Okay? Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
no.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Craybill?
No.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
And Ms. Mason?
No.
So that fails, 3-3.
So, Miss, you can make a motion.
I think Ms. Walker actually had the...
Oh, I can do the motion. I would like to make a motion that we do not pass this policy this time, and we send it back to policy committee again to make better changes.
Okay, so we have a motion to send policy, I don't have it right in front of me.
2120.
2120, yep, thank you. Back.
I'll
Is there a
second.
We have a first and a second. Any discussion? Well, I'm just going to go ahead and take a shot at it. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? There we go, 6-0. Okay. We passed all those, and so we're looking at 2123.
And Mr. Chair, we're over time, but I would make a motion to accept this policy with the change to Carolina's an S.
Okay,
Second.
all right, so we have a motion, a second. And second, any discussion? Ms. Craybill?
Yes, I do not believe, I'm going to use the reasoning that Ms. Mason used for, one of the reasons she used for banning stamped, because it had only been in use since 2020. This organization has only been in existence since July the 5th, and they've had no training whatsoever yet. And so how can we possibly accept them to be one of our approved go-to trainings when no one's even been to a training? So I would like to just throw that out there. I know we approved it, but I voted no the last time. So that's what, I don't think we should
Bradford?
pass it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm signed up for a training in the next couple of weeks, and I would very much like to attend it. I'm looking forward to learning more about Robert's Rules of Order and some of the other things that this board struggles with.
Any other discussions? All right, so we have a motion and a second in front of us. Yes, ma'am.
So I'm not doubting that it's any good, and you are certainly more than welcome to go to it, and you are welcome to get paid for that, reimbursed for that. All I'm saying is that in order to get credit through the NCSBA, then we have to have something that we all approve. So you can go, and we can go to any trainings that we want. They're just not approved.
Okay, Ms. Barnhart?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to offer a point of clarification. The board already voted to approve this Carolina's Academic Leadership Network. The justification from the policy committee was to update the policy to include that language. So I forget the date off the top of my head, forgive me for that, but that was the reasoning behind adding this to policy, because it already passed on a 5-2 vote to approve this to allow for that subsidy to be used.
Okay. Ms. Bowie, please call the roll.
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
No.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Graybill?
No.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
And Ms. Mason?
Yes.
That passes 4-2. That policy is now approved. We will carry on. All right, so we've passed all those, correct? Yes, we have. My goodness, Ms. Nobles, we're going to try again. I cannot apologize enough. I am so sorry that I jumped ahead, and I want to thank you so much for being here this evening.
Yes, thank you so much.
Our regional teacher of the year.
Thank you so much, Chairman of the Board, Mr. Wildebohr, and the Board of Education for the opportunity to speak at the inaugural Teacher Voice Spotlight. I hope this commitment to teacher leader voice proves to be fruitful this year as you hear from Teacher of the Year representatives culled from your excellent, highly qualified educators in New Hanover County. I also want to show gratitude to the Director of Human Resources, Dr. Charles Barnes, and my principal, Mr. Philip Sutton, as well as my RISE team coworkers for supporting me during my 2022 Southeast Regional Teacher of the Year experience in the 2022-2023 academic year. Together, we have met remarkable milestones in our educational journey. Throughout the past year, I truly embraced the concept of yes. I wanted to engage in as many professionally engaging and charging experiences as possible. My goal was to immerse myself in many professionally enriching experiences. I had the opportunity to visit 30 schools, 9 districts, and attended 8 educational conferences, as well as participating in 8 professional speaking engagements. And to clarify, those 30 schools were across the southeast region of North Carolina. These intense and invaluable experiences provided me with deep insights at the local, regional, state, and national level, and I'm eager to share with the board my personal reflection from this journey. During this time, I attended a variety of Superintendent Advisory Council meetings at the state and district levels. I also saw different levels of involvement from boards of education across the state that utilize teachers as advisors, consultants, and think tanks. This year, I've listened intently and spoken when called upon. I have worked to increase the power of student perspective and voice across the state, and collaborated with the New Hanover County Schools Teacher of the Year cohort of 2022 to elevate teacher perspective in New Hanover County through the Superintendent Advisory Council. As a competitive and desirable district in the Southeast, New Hanover County is the one district that all in our region look toward. Thus, New Hanover County Schools Superintendent Advisory Council focused this past year on the power of teacher collaboration to inform district leaders. To the Board of Education and our district leadership, let's say yes to genuinely seeking answers to questions and asking teachers. Let's not fear responses, but position ourselves to learn from the classroom experts. As educators, we know the power of questions and how those questions beget higher levels of thinking and deep collaboration among stakeholders. And the teacher voice item on the board agenda is a good first step. To clarify, school-based Teachers of the Year are voted on by their staff, certified and classified employees. They represent the voice of all building-level stakeholders, including parents and students. Oftentimes, teachers are afraid to discuss the real impacts of legislation, policy, and decision-making in fear of their jobs or sounding like those teachers, all they do is complain. However, it's my experience with educators and building-level stakeholders that we want to do things the right way. We care immeasurably for our children in New Hanover County. Our desire is for parents, guardians, and decision-makers to trust our perspectives and expertise and hear our hearts for the children we serve. We want to say yes to help you solve problems, build bridges, and provide for you a pulse for the climate and culture of our schools. During my year of yes, learning and asking questions, I had 3 people from across the state tell me, "You are the expert here," and ask me, number 1, what I thought about their school or program, and 2, if I had any advice for their school, program, or leadership style. And I realized, wow, I'm a professional, my experience is valuable, people actually want to listen to me. My name is Abby Starling Nobles. I'm a native Wilmingtonian, an active member of my local church, serve on the board of directors for Rise Up Community Farm, and am a former board member for the Dance Cooperative of Wilmington. I love running, dancing, writing, being in the sun, and interior design. I'm a product of both public and private schools in New Hanover County. I try my best to have a full life outside of the classroom, but it is difficult. Teaching is all-consuming, especially for those striving to have a solid work-life balance. And I, like many educators, feel inadequate standing here in front of you today. We don't always know the value and worth of our experiences. My ultimate reflection from this year is that teachers will always go above and beyond in their workplace to the detriment of themselves, their relationships, their families, because of how high the stakes are for them to make each and every student feel successful, along with their strong desire to see our district and students thriving. I'm entering my 9th year teaching at New Hanover High School and have seen much in my 11 years there, from my internship to long-term subbing to employment. My experience in the classroom extends from bilingual instruction to instructing students with intense academic and behavioral needs to honors 4-year college-bound students. Some teacher experiences can't be listed on a resume, but it's an invaluable measure of intellect, capability, and value. It's vital to who we are as educators. It's what sets us apart. It's vital to who we are as educators. It's what sets us apart. When we think about the decisions that are made for us, it's easy to get bitter, resentful, or just retreat back into our silo and close the door. But when we are involved as advisors or key stakeholders, as experts in our fields with our robust experiences, we feel valued, re-energized, and part of the collective whole. My message to you today is to continue the work of engaging with your teachers. It's to the benefit of all of our school children, the retention and recruitment of our teachers in New Hanover County, and the responsibility of the Board of Education to be involved with the stakeholders in meaningful ways. It's vital to have our teachers at the center of our conversations. These individuals need to be given an opportunity to showcase their levels of expertise, experience, and actively take part in the decisions that affect district policy and impact the daily routines of our school day. Thus, my charge is this: as our Board of Education, let us continue to focus our attention on the key stakeholders in our district, teachers. In the spirit of transparency and unity among all stakeholders, families, board members, teachers, school and district leaders, support staff, and all people within the school building, it is imperative that we allow district leaders to empower the teachers, who in turn empower their students daily, resulting in students feeling valued, positive, curious, and educationally motivated. It shouldn't come as a surprise, like it did to me, that educators are asked for their input, thoughts, feelings, and classroom expertise. It should be commonplace, the norm, and used for the public good of bettering our district and schools. So thank you, Chairman, and the New Hanover County Board for being pioneers of teacher voice in New Hanover County schools. And to clarify, based on some questions and comments I heard today, the Teacher of the Year representatives do represent all the voices at their individual schools. And again, this item on the agenda is a step in the right direction. We must all remember that change does not come from yells and screams, but through whispers and tactful, solution-oriented discourse. Thank you.
And I'm going to speak to Ms. Noble just a bit. First off, this idea came, and I'm not going to say it was my idea, it was her idea, but I really like to champion it because when we were in this very room with the Teachers of the Year and the Principals of the Year, I was smiling like I did when my own child was born, because it was just such a wonderful thing to see the wonderful, passion from all the teachers of the year and the principals of the year. And we kind of talked a little bit about it, and again, 100% your idea, but I think it's a great idea. And so I would like to make a motion that we add this to a permanent spot on our agenda each month, a 10-minute Teacher of the Year presentation. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second. Discussion. Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Nobles, I like how you said that you encompass and you're voted on for being Teacher of the Year, but I do think there's something to be said to hear from all the components of the school operating system and so the decisions that we make and what that looks like. And so I'm in favor of this change, but I would like for the board to consider if we're moving in this direction. I know Dr. Faust does a quarterly Superintendent Advisory Council on classified staff and bus drivers and things. And so I think maybe we also need to include a staff highlight to allow those individuals to come speak as well and maybe have a rotating schedule so we can have different highlights. Otherwise, we could list 10 or 15 minutes for every single one. And so I think that might be a good way to help make sure those voices are heard from everyone. But again, I like this idea.
Ms. Mason?
So I know that there were concerns that were brought to me about, is this simply a way for teachers to come and tell us what's wrong? Is this for any teacher? Can you just clarify specifically what would be addressed, what would not be addressed,
Yes.
who would be doing it?
Yes. So the original idea, and there are a few other districts in the state that are doing this, and I'm going to do some more research on how exactly that happens. But the original idea was to rotate primarily through the overall elementary, middle, and high school teachers of the year on a monthly rotation. Since we would just be starting this, I obviously did the first one. I would offer to Mr. O'Neill, because he's part of that 2022 TOI team, that he would do the second, and then the new 2023 Teacher of the Year would take on the third, and we would figure out who would rotate around. Obviously, I've not consulted with them, so we haven't had our initial meeting for the year yet, but the original idea is to let it rotate around the elementary, middle, and high school Teacher of the Year. And we would focus in our Superintendent Advisory Council meetings, what does advocacy actually look like? So we don't want to be taking up 10 minutes of your time yelling and screaming. As I said, that's not how anything productive happens in my frame. I had the opportunity to be on an educational policy leadership forum this year. It was called EPFP with the state, and we learned a lot about advocacy and how change is made. And so we would focus on really highlighting that teacher passion. Like Chairman Wildeber said, when you're sitting in those Teacher of the Year interviews, I mean, the passion is intense. And that's when I said, Mr. Wildeber, we have to get these people to speak about what they're passionate about and remind our district decision makers what it's like to be in that classroom daily, what we see, how we're problem solving. So we would really refrain from being just problem-oriented and being solution-driven with our experience so that you all, because you all have lives outside of what you do here, you can be invited into our worlds so that when you are making decisions, you can think, oh, Abby told me this story, or oh, Fatima told me this story, or Melissa told me this story. You can have those in the back of your minds as you're making decisions.
Well, Ms. Walker, I think you were... Did you have your hand up? I think you did before.
Oh, I was making sure Ms. Bradford, I didn't know she had
Oh, you
hers
had
up.
your hand up
Okay,
first,
thank you.
I
I just want to say, first of all, I like this idea a lot, just like I like student voice a lot as well. The more we can hear from you guys, the better, in my opinion. And I hope we just take this opportunity as an opportunity and not just, just because we're going to have you on here. We need to really listen to what you're saying, because I agree with you. I think we need to support our staff a lot more. You are the professionals, and you do a tremendous job. And I will have to say, how I feel about you personally is I've seen you in action. I know how well respected you are in this district, how much the students really appreciate you. I've seen you several times, and Mr. Jones, at our equity teams, and I hope that continues, because that is a very powerful thing that you're doing. And anything we can do to lift your voice up, I am very much in favor of.
Thank you. Ms. Bradford?
Thank you, Ms. Nobles. Congratulations on your success, and thank you for coming up with this idea. One of the things that I think that isn't realized, that we really hunger to hear these kind of comments, And so we're very eager to hear them. Ms. Barnhart had a sort of a suggestion, and if it's not an impropriety, I would ask you how you feel about that, to add that component in some way. Do you feel like that would enhance or
I think that
take
would
away? Or
yeah, I think that would absolutely enhance. We really want to ensure that all of our stakeholders. I work closely with 2 TAs in my RISE program at New Hanover High School, and to see their voices also heard. Obviously, we work in close proximity, so I hear what they have to say, and I could definitely add that to what I'm saying, but what the teacher spotlight would be saying. But I think it would be really valuable to navigate some sort of way to have those perspectives, whether it's a few slots in the called audience, or if it is embedded within that spotlight. I'm not sure exactly what that could look like, but I love ideas. So just generating that, it could be a few minutes, maybe the 2 representatives come together. It would obviously be something to coordinate, but if 2 representatives could come together and split the time, or if we just have a section dedicated to those individuals that come from the superintendent advisory with that specific, is it with the certified? I'm sorry, Claude.
I think she's talking to you.
I'm sorry. Am I allowed to ask a question? I've never done this.
So you're fine.
Okay, well, if the superintendent advisory council meetings that aren't the teacher one, the other ones that were referenced, if that could be generated, the topic or idea, and that could be an opportunity. I also do know how vulnerable it is to stand up here and speak, so I would, it would have to be if people are willing. But I am very interested in creating some sort of, for the Teacher Advisory Council this year, just some more conversation about advocacy and what does that look like to be productive. So perhaps we can talk about that with the other with the other superintendent advisory as well.
Ms. Craybill.
Yeah, so 2 things. I wanted to pick up on something that you had said, that you would invite, us into your space, into your world, which is important. Because one of the emails that I received this week that said, I'm always interested in credentials people claim to have when they judge fields with which they are not familiar. So there are many of us up here who have not been in the classroom in a number of years, so the teaching world is a little bit different, so that perspective is nice. And I did want to mention that I have been to the Brunswick County School Board meetings on several occasions when they do have the teacher voice. And the teacher voice there was, a lot of it was to brag on themselves and the programs that they were doing, or to talk, and I'll just say, I'll use letters as an example, that to talk about, concerns that we had when this training came on, but how we plowed through and got it done. So there is a benefit, and it doesn't just have to be a complain session.
Right.
That there are many things that we don't brag enough about. And, superintendent report, his brain is all clogged up, that's not right. He's not clogged up. He's got a lot going on in there. And we don't get to hear from all the clogged brains over there either, talking about the important things that are going on. So I know you have interactions, you/teachers have interactions pretty much with everybody over there too. So I think it's a great opportunity, for us to be invited into your space and you to be invited into ours.
And I think that focusing this as the first step and perhaps building something out after that, we all don't want to take on too much too fast. So if we build this in, perhaps we can generate more conversation about what does it look like for other stakeholders in the school buildings to speak as well. So I believe this could be a good first step, and for those individuals who are speaking, those teachers of the year, to really engage, and we would emphasize that. Please engage with all stakeholders in your building so that we can portray a really good image of what's going on.
Yeah, and our time is up on this, so we have a motion and a second to add teacher voice as a permanent part of our agenda. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passes 6-0. We'll get with you and we'll get started. Thank you so much. Let us carry on. We have our legal services discussion next. Mr. Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the Board of Education and Dr. Faust, for providing me this wonderful opportunity to speak with you about our successful first 2 months representing the board and the school district. As you well know, the past 2 months have been very busy for the board and school district, and we have proudly partnered with you every step of the way, providing responsive, thorough, efficient, and excellent legal advice and legal services. Thanks to all of you on the board and to Dr. Faust and his senior staff, we were able to hit the ground running. We held initial meetings and coffees with people in early July, if not in June, and transitioned quickly to become your board attorney. And we could not be more proud to be your board attorney. Our success over the past 2 months is a testament to you, the board, who have been sincere and willing partners with us, as well as to Dr. Faust and the many hardworking central office staff, administrators, and educators who have welcomed us with open arms. As lawyers, we represent many different types of clients, but our representation of school boards and school districts is the most meaningful because of the public mission. We take seriously your mission to strive to provide children with an opportunity for superior education in a safe and positive learning environment where they are prepared with the skills to succeed. Lawyers sometimes get a bad rap, and clearly, some lawyers deserve it. But as education lawyers, we like to think that we're cut from a different cloth. The children are our future, and we support you in the hard work of the over 3,000 administrators, teachers, and staff to deliver high-quality education to all students in New Hanover County schools. Several times each month, the public sees me up here on the dais at board meetings or occasionally participating in board meetings virtually. And board members frequently hear from me behind closed doors in closed sessions when I provide the board confidential legal advice. However, most of our work for the board and school district occurs behind the scenes. On a weekly, if not daily, basis, we work closely with Dr. Faust, his senior staff, and others on a variety of issues. We work with them to ensure that the school district, and therefore the board, is in legal compliance and working toward achieving its goals for the children of New Hanover County schools. The board has asked to hear about our work over the past 2 months, and we are delighted to share that information with you. I'll discuss our work by subject matter in no particular order. As you will soon hear, our work touches every department in the school district. There is a lot of ground to cover. I'll be as detailed as possible without divulging confidential information that is protected by the attorney-client privilege or legal requirements that protect staff and student confidentiality. I want to begin with a little-known and rarely discussed area of education law, bond forfeiture and vehicle seizures. Let me begin with a description of bond forfeiture, and then I'll describe our work in the area over the past 2 months. In criminal cases, we have all heard of the concept of a defendant posting bail. Bail is a refundable deposit that allows a criminal defendant who has not yet had their trial to remain free until their court date. The deposit is used as collateral to ensure that the individual will return to court for trial or perhaps other court proceedings. The bail bond is a financial instrument co-signed by a bail bondsman or surety who charges the defendant a fee in return for guaranteeing the payment if the individual does not return to court for trial. When a defendant who has been released pursuant to a bond fails to appear in court for trial, the court must enter a bond forfeiture order, it's a bond forfeiture order, in the amount of the bond in favor of the state. In other words, the bail bondsman must pay the state the amount of the bond. The forfeiture order, which is mailed to the defendant and to each surety, includes the date on which the forfeiture becomes a final judgment if it is not set aside before that date. And the order may be set aside for any of several statutorily enumerated reasons, such as the failure to appear by the defendant was stricken by the court, or the charges were disposed of, or the defendant was already incarcerated at the time. To set aside a forfeiture, the defendant or the surety or the bondsman must file a written motion within 150 days of the notice of forfeiture, which must be served on the district attorney, which is the prosecutor's office, and also the school board attorney, which is our law firm. The district attorney or school board attorney may object to the motion to set aside by filing a written objection within 20 days of being served with the motion. In some counties, the district attorney's office takes the lead and files those objections. In New Hanover County, though, the district attorney's office looks to us as the school board attorney to file the objections. And if a timely written objection is filed, then the court must hold a hearing on the motion to set aside the forfeiture. As with the filing of objections to motions to set aside, the district attorney's office in New Hanover looks to us as the school board attorney to handle all the hearings in court. Now, the reason why the school board attorney is involved at all in this process is because under North Carolina law, the bond money that is forfeited as a result of the defendant failing to appear in court goes to the school board. So the school board attorney, in collaboration with the district attorney's office, is working to secure money for the school board and the school district to use for the education of children in New Hanover County. Over the last 2 months, led by our attorney Leah Sink, we have reviewed a large volume of bond forfeiture notices and motions to set aside bond forfeiture. New Hanover County has an extraordinarily large volume of bond forfeiture notices. When it is appropriate, under the circumstances, we, on behalf of the school board, file objections to the motions to set aside the forfeitures. Sometimes we negotiate a resolution with the surety. Other times we go to court and advocate on behalf of the school board. I have personally appeared multiple times in court over the past 2 months on behalf of the school board in these matters. We have found the judges to be fair and faithful to the law, and we have enjoyed a terrific working relationship with the outstanding people in the clerk's office within the courthouse who process the numerous bond forfeiture filings and keep us apprised of filings, scheduling of hearings, and other matters. As a result of our advocacy, with our written objections, our negotiations with bail bondsmen, and our successes in court, we have already recovered for the school board and school district approximately $40,000. And that's just the amount of money that we have obtained for the school board when we have advocated. There are plenty of times where no advocacy is needed because no motion to set aside the forfeiture order has been filed. And so the school board and the school district has received many thousands of dollars on top of that $40,000 figure I just shared with you. A related area is vehicle seizure. And that's another area in which the school board and school district stand to benefit. Under North Carolina law, law enforcement must seize a motor vehicle if any of the following occurs. The driver is charged with an impaired driving offense, and his or her driver's license is revoked due to a prior impaired driving offense. The driver is charged with an impaired driving offense, and he or she is not validly licensed and not covered by an auto insurance policy, or the driver is charged with felony speeding to elude arrest. Under those circumstances, the law enforcement officer must seize the vehicle, even if the driver is not the owner of the vehicle. However, prior to the defendant's trial, it's possible that an owner or lien holder of the vehicle may be able to obtain the release of the vehicle. And after the defendant's trial, if the vehicle still is subject to seizure law, a judge will release it to the owner or lien holder or turn it over, that is, forfeit it, to the local school board. In those circumstances where the vehicle is turned over to the school board under North Carolina law, the proceeds from the sale of the vehicle go to the school board and school district to use for the education of children in New Hanover County schools. Defendants and owners of the vehicle may file a petition in court for the release of the vehicle, and if the district attorney's office and the school board attorney consent to the petition, the clerk will release the vehicle without a hearing. However, if the district attorney's office or the school board attorney do not consent, then there will be a hearing in court on the matter. As with bond forfeiture matters, the district attorney's office here in New Hanover County looks to our law firm to handle these vehicle seizure matters. And as with bond forfeiture matters, Leah Sink leads our firm's efforts in working closely with the clerk's office to submit positions of consent or non-consent to petitions that are filed for the release of vehicles. I have personally appeared at several vehicle seizure hearings in court to advocate on behalf of the school board for the denial of petitions that seek the release of vehicles, and to date we have successfully advocated against the release of well over 10 vehicles, all to benefit the school district and the children of New Hanover County schools. Shifting now to exceptional children. One of the most active areas for school board attorneys, as a general matter, is exceptional children, also known as special education. The Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA, is a federal law that makes available a free, appropriate public education to eligible children with disabilities throughout the nation and ensures special education and related services to those children. The IDEA governs how states and public agencies provide early intervention, special education, and related services to the approximately 3,000 eligible infants, toddlers, children, and youth with disabilities in New Hanover County. There are many complexities in the IDEA, so legal compliance is vitally important. The IDEA also provides dispute resolution rights to parents, so there is potential legal risk to the school board and school district as well. Our firm has offered to proactively meet with the EC department in the interest of legal compliance and risk prevention, and we have been responsive to many requests for legal advice regarding any number of students and any number of legal issues. Our team is led by Jonathan Sink and me. Jonathan Sink, as you may recall, spent several years in the legal department of Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools working on EC matters, and I have worked in the field of EC on behalf of both parents and then on behalf of a large school district outside of Charlotte. We got off to a fast start, and we have quickly forged a terrific working relationship with EC Director Joanna Souza and Assistant Superintendent Julie Varnum, who oversees EC among many other areas, as you well know. Many times throughout each week, we communicate with Ms. Souza and/or Ms. Varnum to answer general questions related to compliance with the IDEA and to discuss particular matters that appear headed toward a dispute resolution process. In one matter, we are assisting the EC department in connection with its compliance with a settlement agreement that was reached several months ago prior to our work with the school district. We further support the EC department by responding to requests for education records from EC parents and strategizing in connection with matters that are heading toward the dispute resolution process or matters that are already within the dispute resolution process. In those matters, we review education records and other documents. We interview administrators and educators and take other actions to provide Ms. Souza and the EC department our best legal advice in hopes of reaching an amicable resolution. Our focus is always on serving the interests of the school board and school district, but we never lose sight of the fact that the school board and school district's mission is tied to the success of its students, so we focus on the students' interests as well. EC legal work is perhaps the most rewarding work that we do for school boards and school districts. Student privacy requirements preclude us from talking about particular student matters here in open session, but suffice to say that we are busy working on several particular EC matters. We have briefed the board as necessary over the past 2 months in closed session to provide legal advice and to protect the privacy of students. Now I want to switch to human resources. Terry Wallace leads our firm's work in the area of human resources, and he quickly forged a good working relationship with Dr. Christopher Barnes, the Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources. Terry, you may recall, spent many years working in the legal department of Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools focused on human resources matters and still does some work as outside counsel assisting Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools in that area. Here, too, we have offered to proactively meet with human resources, and we have responded quickly to requests for legal advice. Specific human resources issues are kept confidential pursuant to public employee privacy requirements. For our purposes today, we can report that our firm worked closely with Dr. Barnes over the past 2 months in connection with sensitive employee matters, including potential disciplinary matters. We have additionally worked on human resources-related matters relating to background checks, potential board policy revisions regarding employee conduct and other issues impacting employees, potential employee grievances, compliance with the training requirements in the settlement agreement that resolved the John Doe's lawsuit, and reviews of public records that may raise employee privacy issues. There is a lot more that could be said about our work in the area of human resources, but again, privacy requirements preclude us from saying too much. Now let me turn to the area of communications. In the area of communications, legal support is occasionally needed to review documents, particularly emails, that have been pulled by the school district in response to a public records request. We review the emails for responsiveness to the public records requests and to determine whether any privilege, such as the attorney-client privilege, or whether any privacy laws, requires that the documents be withheld or redacted. The school district, as you may know, has an excellent system called Next Request that tracks incoming public records and makes the records publicly available on the school district's website. The North Carolina Public Records Law requires public agencies like the school board and school district to respond promptly to public records requests, and we have worked to help the board and school district comply with that legal requirement. In the area of public records request support, I lead our firm's efforts, and I have worked closely with Chief Communications Officer Sal Cardella and Media Relations Manager Russell Clark. Together, we have forged a strong working relationship. In the lead up to last week's hearing related to a challenge to instructional materials, the school district received an uptick in public record requests from media outlets and others interested in that proceeding. Even still, we have worked to support the communications department in responding to all such requests. We internally track the time it takes us to respond to the communications department after the department reaches out to us for support, and we can report to you that we respond quickly and thoroughly. This, of course, does not include the time between the date that the Communications Department receives the public records request and the date when the department ultimately reaches out to us for support. We responded to the first few requests for support that we received in a few short weeks, and since that time, we have responded to the department in just a matter of days. For example, some of the first requests were responded to in 22 days, and then 19 days, and then some of the more recent requests, our firm has responded to the Communications Department in just 1 day after receiving a request for support, or 9 days or 8 days. So we started out good and we got better.
Point of order. I'm sorry, Mr. Vogel. We've passed our time on this, so I think we need to entertain a motion to continue this discussion if we want to as a board. And I'll make that motion to extend by 10 minutes.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, first and second, continue the conversation.
I feel like this is going to go a lot longer. There leaves no time for questions.
I will amend my motion to 15 minutes.
Well, looking at me, but I'm sure there'll be plenty of questions, so I don't know. I don't have a good suggestion, because I don't know how long Mr. Vogel is going to talk for.
We can amend again.
I'll amend my
Okay.
motion for
Okay,
15
that's
minutes
fair.
discussion.
Okay, I'll second that.
Okay, all. Say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Okay. I was speaking about our work in support of the Communications Department. Occasionally, our first level review of documents that we've been provided indicates an error in the school district's pull of the records. In other words, from our review of the documents, it appears that the wrong set or an incomplete set of documents were pulled by the school district. It's okay. These things happen. In those instances, we have quickly contacted the Communications Department in an effort to work collaboratively to ensure that the correct set of documents are pulled and that the school board and school district are fully responsive to the public records request. With mutual trust and cooperation, we have successfully supported the Communications Department, or in the process of supporting the Communications Department in connection with a dozen or so public records requests. Now let me turn to operations. In the area of operations, Jonathan Sink leads our firm in working closely with Assistant Superintendent Eddie Anderson. The legal issues that arise in this area pertain to construction, real estate, transportation, and much, much more. As with the other areas discussed, we have offered to proactively meet with operations, and we have responded quickly to their requests for legal advice. For example, we responded to requests from operations in connection with the legal parameters regarding school bus camera, video stop equipment, and potential revenue sharing with outside vendors. We provided operations with advice regarding the issue of construction insurance for vendors. We worked closely with operations on various construction disputes, devising proposed next steps for contract dispute resolution. Now let me turn to student support services. We work with Assistant Superintendent Julie Varnum to respond to her request for legal advice in connection with a whole host of matters, including draft contracts, MOUs, potential policy revisions, and other issues. We have offered to proactively meet with student support services, and we have responded quickly to requests for legal advice. Currently, our responses to Ms. Varnum are handled by either Leah Sink, Jonathan Sink, or me. Over the past 2 months, we have provided legal advice on a diverse set of issues, including matters relating to Coastal Horizon Center, Child Development Center, for the Center-Based Education for Children with Disabilities, procedures and protocols in the schools, Faith Action ID, child custody agreements, and potential revisions to board policy, subpoenas for education records, to just name a few of the areas in which we support student support services. Turning now to academics, in the area of academics, we have worked with Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Patrice Faison, to review contracts and MOUs, such as those with the North Carolina Education Corps, the Innovation Project, Spark, NC as well. We also had the pleasure of accepting Dr. Faison's invitation to present at the leadership retreat on the subject of the importance of the school district ensuring a culture of compliance. Every organization, from Fortune 500 companies to government agencies, should work to create a culture of compliance with laws, regulations, and policies. As a former federal prosecutor and former Deputy General Counsel of the United States Department of Education, I know a thing or two about the importance of compliance. I had to prosecute, or otherwise hold accountable, those organizations that were non-compliant. So I was flattered to have EC Director Joanna Souza come up to me after the presentation to thank me for my remarks and to tell me that she planned to use what she learned during the presentation with respect to a culture of compliance. So kudos to Ms. Souza. who manages an area of education law in which strict compliance is a necessity. Now, finance and technology, where we occasionally work with Chief Financial Officer Ashley Sutton and Assistant Superintendent Don Brinson regarding the review of contracts and MOUs, including in finance having to do with Marine Quest Services of UNCW, Wrightsville Beach School Foundation, software agreements, and in technology, a matter involving Follett School Solutions. We also do board committee work. Over the past 2 months, we have been asked to support one or more chairs of board committees, most notably the Policy Committee and Ms. Barnhart. I have served as the firm's contact for board committees, generally, and for the Policy Committee specifically. The Policy Committee did not meet in July, but Committee Chair Ms. Barnhart asked us in July to examine several issues and to draft or propose revisions to certain policies, including those that we talked about today, regarding the legality of invocations at board meetings, a policy to address accountability of board members, and so on and so forth. In August, we worked with Ms. Barnhart to prepare for the committee hearing, and in mid to late August, we worked on issues relating to the newly enacted Parents' Bill of Rights and the Fairness for Women in Sports Act, both of which would require revisions to the board's policies. Now on to board meetings and council. With a new board attorney in July came a new opportunity for board members, and the chair and vice chair in particular, as the leadership of the board, to work with and to obtain legal advice from an attorney who may have a different or fresh perspective on the legal issues that face the board. Over the past 2 months, I worked hand in glove with Board Chair Mr. Wildeboer and Vice Chair Ms. Bradford in connection with issues arising at regular and specially called board meetings, and I have attended all such meetings. I attended in person when requested by the chair, and I otherwise attended virtually. As a board, you are perhaps one of the more active school boards that I have seen in North Carolina in terms of number of meetings, regular meetings, specially called meetings, and committee meetings. Helping the board to prepare for meetings with legal advice, sitting up here on the dais to provide parliamentarian advice, and working with the board to provide advice after action is approved or denied is a vitally important role for the board attorney, and I am honored to have the opportunity to work with you in that capacity. There are too many issues on which I worked for the board over the past 2 months to list. Perhaps the issues that took most of my time concern the board's annual evaluation of Dr. Faust and the recent hearing in connection with the objection to instructional materials. In connection with Dr. Faust's annual evaluation, the board chair directed me to lead the board through the evaluation process, as is customary for board attorneys, in order to ensure adherence to the Superintendent Evaluation Process Manual that is published by the State Board of Education and the Department of Public Instruction. The evaluation was a multi-step process of the superintendent compiling relevant materials or artifacts, and the board members' review of those artifacts and the board members' analysis of performance and the assignment of inputs by board members and calculations performed by me based on board member inputs, followed by goal setting for the coming school year, and this year it all culminated in a contract renewal. And that's all I will say about that process here in open session because it is a confidential personnel matter, but I'm proud that our hard work was done in ensuring a proper, timely, and thorough process. The superintendent position is obviously one of the most important positions, and some would say it is the most important position in the entire structure of county government. I'm proud to have been able to play a small role in the process, and from the feedback I received from board members and from Dr. Faust, I know that you were appreciative as well. To conclude, it is truly an honor and privilege for us to represent the board and school district. We have thoroughly enjoyed working with you these first few months because you are true professionals. We thank you for welcoming us to your community and want to let you know that we don't take your trust for granted. Rather, we take it as a challenge to work even harder and better for you to achieve even greater success for the students, families, and employees of New Hanover County Schools. In the future, we look forward to not only continuing to provide you with responsive, thorough, efficient, and excellent legal advice and legal services, but we also look forward to getting involved in the community through communities in schools, Special Olympics, or other avenues that benefit the school district and the students it serves. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and use the same kind of order we used the other day, because I do know we have probably have some questions, so we'll start with Ms. Barnhart. Questions of Mr. Vogel?
Not this time.
Not this time. Ms. Walker.
Oh, we're going in this order, okay.
Going around, yeah.
Oh,
Watch out,
gosh.
I'm
I guess, are we just gonna keep
I'm
going?
crazy
around?
like that, yeah.
Yeah, I know you are.
Keep you on your toes.
I mean, I just looked, I know we looked at some financials. I guess the first question I have is, why is it all, I know some of it has to be redacted, but does all of it have to be redacted? This is more of a curious question because I don't know what number I am, and I don't think I've spoken to Mr. Vogel. Have y'all looked at the finances or not? It's all online, okay. So my question generally is, so you charge by the hour, $2.35 an hour. I guess I see on here, and I can't tell what these charges are, if they're for board members or they're, because you went through all the topics, but you didn't say board members, so, Mr. Vogel. I mean, what, am I on here? Did I do any charges in August or July?
Your question was, did you and I have conversations in July?
Yeah, it's all redacted, so I can't tell where I am on this list. I'm just curious to know how much I charge the district for your council.
I don't recall having a one-on-one conversation with you at all, let alone one that was charged.
Okay. Are we going to just keep going?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep going.
Okay, go ahead.
Ms. Bradford?
I'm going to reserve not at this time.
All right.
Yeah, my first question is, what NC exclusion are you using to redact each line? Because I believe that we, as board members and the community as a whole, is entitled to see where you have exactly spent our money, of course, other than personnel matters and student matters. So what exclusion are you using? And it's for line by line.
Yeah. So I didn't redact this invoice. Chief Financial Officer Ashley Sutton redacted the entirety of the notes section. I think she can address you, but I think she did it to be quick and efficient to get this invoice in front of you for purposes of our discussion. Certainly a lot of the information in the notes is confidential and perhaps protected by the attorney-client privilege. You as the client are entitled to see all of that and in closed session and would be happy to allow you to do that, but we're here in open session. And I think that is why Ms. Sutton kind of redacted the entire thing for our purposes tonight on this agenda item matter. I'd be happy to allow the chair to let Ms. Sutton speak if he so chooses.
That is correct. Just in essence of time, I just went through and indicted all the notes because I wasn't sure what was okay, what wasn't okay. And we did have a brief email correspondence back and forth to make sure that that was appropriate. And we thought that would be appropriate for this setting, but I certainly have the entire invoice. I think I shared without any adjustments to the invoice with board chair. So he got all the notes because he had requested that prior to this coming up as a discussion as a board item. But I do have the information and I can share it out, and I apologize if that was a mistake.
I make a motion to continue to utilize the Vogel Law Firm, transitioning to a retainer payment option and extending the contract through June 30th of 2024.
You got it.
Second.
Kidding me.
Oh, no. Oh,
Absolutely.
my
I make a
God.
motion to continue to utilize the Vogel Law Firm, transitioning to a retainer payment option and extending the contract to June 30th, 2024.
We have a second from Ms. Bradford. Start again. When we go start again, Ms. Barnhart spoke. Ms. Walker.
I'm really confused right now why we're doing motions for this. Was not even on here. Well, okay, we'll leave that there for a second. I guess since we don't have August, we only have July, which was $32,000. I mean, if you multiply that by 12, puts us at over $384,000 for the year, which I believe blows our budget. I don't really know. I think the last I looked, our budget was lower than 300, but that was with civil cases as well. My next question is related to travel. It costs us over $1,600 for there and back, and then whatever hourly rate it takes, I guess, while he's here. So that looks like we have a date in July that was $2,641 for one day. I don't know if we're being fiscally responsible, if we're going to be extending contracts that we haven't even had a chance to look at. We originally made a motion for 6 months. 6 months is what we should stick with and reevaluate then. I don't know why we're doing this right now. I think it's fairly disingenuous. I guess I got no questions except I have statements. So I'm not voting for that. That's ridiculous. Okay. I'm pleased with the firm's work. I appreciate the advice we've gotten. I appreciate the fact that he doesn't interject himself into the business of the board with suggestions. I anticipated with this bill that some members would wave their hands in the sky and say, sky is falling, sky is falling. So I took the opportunity this afternoon to look at our public records requests for the invoices for Tharrington Smith. It's odd, it runs August 2021 to May 2022 in one request, and it runs from August 2022 to February of 2023. For whatever reason, that's all that was pulled. Highest bill was $45,459. There were others that were $35,600, $34,000, $34,350. So to freak out over this bill, here's a Tharrington Smith for September 27th, $61,400. October 22, $62,058. So there's been a lot of high legal bills for this board in the past, and the fact that my experience in business tells me that there's a startup. There's a startup. Yes, there is.
Okay.
There is. There's a startup cost to get running in terms of getting used to the board, answering all the initial questions. I don't find this bill out of line. I find it's interesting that the highest bill was, the second highest bill was, where'd it go? The super evaluation. No, that's the fourth highest bill was the super evaluation. So I think it's amazing that you, I can't think of the right word, you advocated for the recovery in the bond forfeitures and brought in $40,000. So could that actually be an enterprise fund? I mean, it's more than your whole month's bill, and that's not counting the cars. So for me, it's...
Point of order, Mr. Chairman, we've
win-win.
reached our time on discussion.
We're out of time on this.
Second point of order, Mr. Wildebohr said we were going to go 3 rounds.
Yeah.
And so if you're going to shut us down, we're going back to 2120, that you don't like what we're saying, so you say no.
Okay.
Point of order.
Yeah, I got you. And we're going to continue 3 rounds. Go ahead. But we do need a question, please.
So you want me to do 3 things now? Or
No, just that we have 3
That
rounds.
was her round.
but
That was her turn.
And we need a question, not a statement.
Well, I asked Mr. Vogel if this could even be considered, the bond forfeitures and the vehicles. I would love to see later on in how we compare in bond forfeitures this month, say, for example, this month last year. I like to go year to year on comparisons, but it seems like a lot of money. So I'd be interested in knowing that. And that was my question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well,
I made a note of that, and we'll see if we can provide you that data.
okay. Carrying on to Ms. Craybill. Your round 1 question.
Yes. My observation is 5.9% of the $40,000 is what we spent to get that 40,000. But my question is this. When I made this request to go on there, it's because when we were in closed session, Mr. Vogel outlined a lot of very specific things that he did for us, has done for us, that should have been outlined here. And so to have everything redacted, and he obviously had to approve the redaction. I'm not saying Ms. Sutton did anything wrong, but I'm having a hard time with the board chair and the board vice chair deciding on what we can see and what we can't see. So that's another one of those overreaches that we're talking about. So,
Mr. Chairman,
I have a question, and you.
Privilege.
No. Oh my
Point of
God.
privilege.
Personal attacks on the dais are just absolutely not appropriate. They are not appropriate. I do not want to be in a position of having to defend myself constantly. I never saw those numbers from Ms. Sutton. I am tired of having to explain myself to another board member when they attack me on the dais. Make your question and stop
Excuse me,
the rest of us.
you did the exact same thing. So now I'm going to finish my question.
Go ahead, finish your question.
For that. So what I wanted to ask was that question, is that I don't understand why we can't see, and any of these names that are redacted that are ours, we are public servants and we should be accountable to what we're asking for. But one of the things you mentioned, that you spend a lot of time with Ms. Barnhart on policies, only $634. That's not a lot of time. But if you add up the policy committee and the ad hoc committee, I just want to see what kinds of things that you are doing when different committee chairs call you up or email you and ask you for questions, because the rest of us don't get that information. So that is what, that was my intent when I asked for this, was for us to see very clearly, transparently, who's talking to you and what information is being withheld from the majority of the board.
Vogel?
With respect to the activity related to the policy committee in July, the policy committee did not meet in July, so there wasn't as much activity in July supporting the policy committee as there was in August. As far as what the board can see, as I stated earlier, the board is the client, and so the board can see the entire unredacted invoice, and as Ms. Sutton stated, the chair has a copy of it, and that would be a perfect item, if the board so chooses, to review in closed session, because so much of the information within the invoice is confidential, protected by the attorney-client privilege, student names perhaps, and employee names. So there's no issue. The board can review an unredacted invoice, and closed session is really the best place to do that.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to pass my turn. Ms. Mason, do you have anything?
Does it have to be a question?
It should be a question, yes, of the
No
turn.
comment on the motion.
Why don't we do 2 rounds of questions, and then everybody can make their comments?
Okay,
Is that fair?
no question.
Is that fair for everybody? Okay, good enough. So, no questions, so we're going to carry back to Ms. Barnhart. This is round 2. Okay, Ms. Walker, round 2. This is a question, and we'll have a statement at the end, one more round.
Do I have to have a specific question? Can I ask any question I
You
want?
can ask any question you want to.
Well, I'd like to know why this motion was brought forward today. That is my question, because that is clearly undercutting the rest of the board when this happens. We have already made a decision for 6 months. I don't see why we got to go back on that now. I think in 6 months, we can look at the bills continuously. We don't even have August. So I think for us to make a decision after 2 months is wrong. So my question is why? I guess nobody wants to answer that question, why they thought that was okay to do.
Well, maybe they will in their statement when they get their opportunity. Ms. Bradford? Or you might want to now.
No, I would, if we're going to look at unredacted, just for fun, I would love to see the Therington invoices from February 2023. It looks like there's 2 of them on this public records request that was answered, so I don't understand it. One's dated 2/7/23 and the other one's dated 2/28/23, and one of them is $49,220, the other one's $29,125 and some change. So I would love to see those at some point, just so I can compare apples and apples, because that's a good way to do things.
Can you give me those dates again?
Yes,
Sorry.
ma'am. February 7, 2023. And this actually has reference numbers. I can just give it to you later if you want.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Mason, last question? No? Ms. Crable, your last question, then we'll have a round for statements.
Okay. So my question is, and I guess this is to Mr. Vogel and to Ms. Sutton and to Dr. Faust, when we're talking about comparing Tharrington Smith to Vogel on public records request, that is completely, am I right in assuming that that is completely dependent on the number of public records requests that we get? And if you recall, last year, we had some people requesting things that were like 400,000, emails. And so that has, the attorney has to do that. So in comparison, are we having the same amount of, that kind of costs? And is this amount, 32,000, comparable with Tharrington Smith in total for 1 month's worth of work when school is not even in session?
So I did pull some information just for last year for Tharrington and Smith, and the average invoice amount was around $28,300, with the maximum being $32,500 approximately. Some of the payments of invoices were 2 months. So sometimes, you had mentioned, I think, $61,000. That's actually 2 months versus 1 month. So the maximum invoice for last year was about $32,500.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, for the February 20th.
Dr. Faust?
What was the question for the February?
It wasn't a question, it was just saying, just looking at the highest ones for last year, just if we were gonna look at unredacted, just to, if people need to see, talk to Superintendent Faust on this day for this time, and this is what we charged, just wanna see, to compare it to a reference like that from the previous year. Just apples and apples, is all I was looking at.
The February 28th invoice is $27,358.65.
Well, this was a public records request, and it says 2/28/2023, $29,125, and it's got, it's just a public records request, somebody filled
That's
it.
the previous balance. That's the previous balance. It says less payment and then pay this amount, $27,000.
All right, so last question going around. Ms. Barnhart? No, Ms. Walker? Question? We'll have a statement after this.
Well, I would like to make a motion to lay this on the table for another time, because we have clearly not looked at the numbers, clearly not seen August, clearly not seen the unredacted information. I don't think this is appropriate time to make a motion.
Okay, so you are making a motion to lay aside.
To a future time.
Interrupt? No, but it's your turn. There is a second needed. There's a second needed. We hear a second?
I would like to, I will second it, but I'd also want to ask you if you would amend to postpone to a certain time, where we say we postpone this until the December, or maybe the November or the December board meeting you're choosing, because that's when we're slated to talk about it.
Thank you, Ms. Grable. I will amend my motion to include a time certain period, which would be the time we originally suggested, which was December, I believe. Yeah, July to December, 6 months.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to lay it on the table until a certain time. Discussion?
This says you can't have discussion, but does this supersede the motion that's already on the floor?
Okay, and this is a majority vote, which would be a 4 vote at this time, because we have So, Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Barnhart.
No.
Ms. Walker.
Yes.
Ms. Bradford.
No.
Ms. Craybill.
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr.
No.
And Ms. Mason.
Yes.
Okay, would it
Point
take?
of order.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is the second item that is on our agenda where, and I brought this to your attention earlier today, where we have not clearly stated that we were going to vote on anything. We did that with the teacher voice, and now we're doing it with legal services. Our board norms state very clearly that be transparent in our actions by not surprising the board chair and each other at the last minute at meetings, in the media, or on social media. So I am assuming that this is a surprise to you, or that would be a violation of policy 2120.
Okay, so
However we want to handle that vote that we just took.
we are back to our original motion that's in front of us. It is under old business, so it can be voted upon. We are at the statement portion, so we'll go through. Ms. Barnhart, please make your statement.
It's very clear that there is split votes on this board. I am also concerned with having a financially responsible decision-making. Allowing us to utilize a retainer option will allow us to continue to utilize services and also be fiscally responsible with the budget. So, and we can continue to go back and forth, and there's going to be division of what is going to be the best approach. This was a compromise to be able to continue to move on so that the work of the board can be done, but instead, it's been an hour-long discussion of just people being frustrated.
Ms. Walker, your statement, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will disagree a little bit with it. I think we are trying to be fiscally responsible, and I don't see this as a compromise. I see this as us as a unit doing the right thing with the taxpayers' money, which is really looking at charges that are going to be coming out and having a real comparison, not doing it right here on the fly. So I was very surprised by this vote, this move to vote. That kind of undercuts, I guess, not only the chair, but the rest of us when we were just having a discussion. And I don't think this is the time to do that. I think we revisit like we intended to do in 6 months, and then we see where we are from there.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Just a point of clarification. Since the motion consists of the option for a retainer. What is could you refresh our memory on what the retainer would be so that we know that?
Or if it changes.
Or if it, yeah.
Well,
I can pull up your,
well, I know, that's okay.
I got it right here. We can say it out loud.
So,
$12,000.
I don't know what you're talking about. Can I answer the question, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Barnhart's motion was just for a retainer, I suppose, that can be negotiated, outside of this meeting. I know that what we offered at the time, back in April, May, was a $22,500 a month retainer to cover everything other than litigation and investigation matters, which would go on an hourly basis. I think today, knowing how busy it is, and hearing the average Tharrington Smith invoice and things like that. Again, this doesn't have to be made a part of the discussion today, but something in like the $28,000 a month range is more reasonable and understandable.
$28,000. Okay, thank you. Ms. Bradford.
I suspect that if we research every attorney contract that we've ever had, it's been in for a minimum of a year at a time. Don't have that as a fact, but I suspect it. I believe I voted against a 6-month agreement, but there, in any business contract, there is a lead up time and there's a lead down time. In the beginning, when a contract's going on, we're 2 months in and there's just a few months left. If this were to have waited until December, we would then be in a headless operation if someone sprang a motion to go somewhere else. It took us probably 6 weeks or 2 months to get to this point where we had attorneys to choose from. So the delay, I mean, right now, we need to be thinking about what we're going to do in December and January, because that's how a good business is run. You're forward thinking about where you're going to be. We just signed 4-year contracts for staff. That's how it's done. And I just have to comment. We don't want to have any accountability, but we rely on the board norms, which nobody abides by, but we can't adopt an accountability policy. So, it's just, to me, this is just partisan stuff, and it needs to stop. I am voting for this.
Okay. Ms. Craybill? Guys, come on. Ms. Craybill?
So tell me what we're doing right now.
You get to make a statement on
Okay.
your thoughts on, the motion, which was to extend Mr. Vogel's contract, or his firm's contract, through the end of the year with a,
End of what, school year?
the end of, through the normal full year, so it'd be until June, the end of June.
Extend his contract.
To a retainer payment option and extend the contract through June 30th, 2024.
Okay.
Point of order, sir. Didn't we just table this? Or am I crazy? Did we not just table this whole
No,
motion?
we voted no. They wouldn't, in partisan format, they did not
Thank you.
vote to. Okay,
Ms.
so
Craybill,
I'm going
Ms.
through.
Craybill.
So.
Ms. Craybill.
I am.
Excuse me.
What?
We don't need to hear in partisan, no, enough.
It's my statement. I'm making a statement.
Well, you can make a statement, but
You are
we're not going to attack other board
there was
members.
only one person who voted against the 6-month contract, and we only gave 3-year contracts to our senior staff. So we just want to clear those points up. But I am just very, amen to the point where nobody follows the rules. Well, only some people follow the rules. Do we use the board portal? Do we ask questions for clarity before meetings? Do we prepare for meetings by reading on time? Here's one that we don't do: treat each other respectfully and professionally at all times. I think we push each other's buttons just to see who will say what. But I am just adamant that we cannot continue to surprise each other. And I feel like that 4 people surprised 3 people. And it is not on our agenda that we are going to vote. And pretty soon, we're going to come around and talk about the agenda review format, which we're going to have to talk about when and where we vote. I just think that it is, yes, we're frustrated. Yes, I'm frustrated because of the constant undermining of 3 people on this board's opinions, and to shut down by, I'm being called out, I am blah, blah, blah. I just don't think that that is the way we act as grown-up professionals.
Thank you. My turn to speak. Oh, my goodness. Bless you. I could bring myself to discuss a lot of the things. It seems like we have some board members that the rules apply to everyone but themselves. I'm not perfect. I said that from day one. I do try to follow the rules as much as I can. But I mean, we can't continue this back and forth dialogue, negativity, calling each other out, partisan, bipartisan, all this kind of stuff. So I'm going to talk about the legal services. I was one of the folks that voted against continue to extending to a year originally. But if we're going to have monthly meetings to discuss Mr. Vogel's services, I think that, maybe I don't know. I'm still up and down on this whole vote. But I do think that we as a board need to come together and start, we're not going to agree. I mean, we have one board member that has told me directly, we don't agree 7-0 or 6-0 tonight on everything. We don't. But we could at least, try to, work with each other in a respectful manner. I mean, that's what a person that is a professional tries to do. And I know that sometimes, as somebody mentioned before, I spent 2 years not getting many of them, not on the right side of a lot of votes, but we just need to start really listening to each other and working with each other. I don't like blindsiding each other. I agree 100%. On the other hand, the purpose of this was just to hear from Mr. Vogel, but then we said we have to have questions on part of it. So it does say for board information and discussion, but it is under old business, so it can be voted on at this point. So I'll leave my vote to a minute after this. We'll carry on with Ms. Mason.
In a few minutes, we're going to be talking about some of the discussion that we had with our senior staff. And one of the comments that was made by individuals that work for this district was no surprise parties, no surprise agenda items. Based on the fact that I saw responses from some of the other board members, this was a surprise party. This was not emergent. This was not in any way absolutely imperative that we vote on today. I'm concerned because this is not the first time, and I know at one point I was part of that and I was guilty of that, and I did apologize for doing so. But as a board, we need to be transparent with each other. If we are to take a vote, I think that we need to say that we're going to take a vote. And I know last week it was clearly asked by one board member to another board member, is this an actionable item? And that board member responded with no. And so that was what I know I went into this with the knowledge of. And so I have concerns. I have zero concerns, not zero concerns. I would like to see Vogel prove themselves. And I don't think 2 months is enough time for them to prove themselves. I think they need more time to be able to do even more. I think they've done a great job so far, but I think that they need a little bit more time.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, board members. Ms. Bowie, would you please, again, so we're all making sure we're on the same page. Ms. Barnhart, would you please, again, read the motion? I did not have an opportunity to write it down.
I make a motion to continue to utilize the Vogel Law Firm, transitioning to a retainer payment option and extend the contract through June 30th of 2024.
Yeah, we have a motion. We have a second. Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
No.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Craybill?
No.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
And Ms. Mason?
No.
That is defeated 3-3. So we will carry on with our next agenda item. Again, that would have taken a 4-3 vote. That will carry on with our next line item, which is agenda review ad hoc. Ms. Pratt, do we need a break?
I'd appreciate one.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute, no more than 5-minute break. By that clock, it's 9:15. Let's return by 9:20, please.
Are we not allowed to vote on the other actions?
gonna show you is a picture of my granddaughter, and it looked just like you, like this. That was exactly what it was. The big family discussion was for everybody. It was like, what is she thinking about, milk or no milk? You know, yeah, it's like.
I'm trying.
Yeah. So tell me about next week.
So next week there are a couple conferences. So there's a law conference that starts for it's the Association of Superintendents and what else is it? It's like
But there's a Spark conference too, or something.
so that one's on Wednesday.
Wednesday.
On Wednesday there's the Spark MC.
Okay, and where's that? Is that here?
That one's at well, there are two things for Spark. So one is the cutting of the ribbon cutting. Senator Lee will be there. That's at Sept.
Okay.
And then there is their board of advisors meeting.
Okay.
I don't know if Hanover board members had something like they'll just Spark and see. We'll just be at a board advisory meeting at Sept. That's
Okay.
on Thursday.
That's on Thursday, but like this ribbon cutting we should be at?
Ribbon cutting, yes, or the Nash Gallery. So some people have the opportunity to go to the
I think I'll stay here. Oh, not you?
Yeah, I just saw your text message about next week. I'm not going out. Okay. I'm going to one that the school board association puts on October in Nashville. That's why I was
Okay.
okay. Sorry? Have a good time. I was thinking education. Made some progress. I was just super with the board meeting. So that's fine. So that's good. I'm trying to get caught up.
All right, we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Crable's right there, 5. Guys, we ready to start up again? I know I'm cutting you short, but that way we can get going too. Ms. Craybill? I'm sorry, I know I said we're gonna get more time, but if we're all ready, let's go ahead and start back up. Maybe we'll get home before midnight tonight. I know they're short. I apologize, but I'm like, let's carry on. All right, our next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, everybody's here. Let's carry on with our discussion of the ad hoc committee. Ms. Bradford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Everyone has in their packet the same recommendations that we had in the agenda briefing meeting, except for 2 clarifications, one for spelling and one to make the recommendation seem a little bit more concise. I'm more than happy to go through them one at a time. Again, a reminder for those who haven't been up to date on this, we've had discussions for the last couple of months. The key themes from the senior staff, we met with the senior staff, the ad hoc committee did, and got their comments. They're all here. You can go online and look at the documents. They are not organized by alphabetical or anything like that. I just didn't put the names of respecting people's privacy. I didn't put their names here. But the key themes were to protect the board meetings as a business meeting. Board meetings are not the time to rediscuss an issue. And y'all can read that for yourself. Topic number 1, public participation. The proposed recommendation number 1, that's on the bottom of page 4, the policy committee to look at the following policies that are related: 2330, 2310, 2335, determine if board is conducting meetings in compliance with existing policy and/or changes as necessary. We determined that we weren't actually following policy on some of these, and so we felt like it needed to go to the policy committee to tighten it down. Do you want me to go through all 6 at the same time?
Does anybody have any questions? Why don't we go one, and if there's questions, so we're not trying to.
And Ms. Mason, Mr. McManus isn't on live stream, right?
No, he's
Okay,
sick.
so Ms. Mason, feel free to chime in as member of the committee.
Ms. Walker had a question?
I do. I guess this was my, I'm sorry, it's late. Are we voting on these things one at a time, or are we doing, I just want to know procedurally what we're doing here.
We could do whichever we'd like to. We could either take one at a time and vote on it, which probably makes more sense to me than doing the whole thing and then trying to go back over the whole thing. But it's really at the will of the board. So,
I could go with
Ms. Ms.
So I
Graybill?
just wanted to piggyback on that just a little bit, and I'll just tell you, first of all, thank you for the board, for the committee, for doing the work that they did, because they did do a lot of homework. What I was expecting to see was a procedure written up, basically on what we're going to be doing, not having to pick one and do it one at a time. I'm just thinking that, especially if let's say we only vote on topic 1, yes, and then we vote on topic 2, no, what is our end goal? How will we be able to put this into play at our next agenda review on September the 26th? If one of these things, do we have to do them all in order to move forward? And that's what I think that we might want to just sort of come to grips with that, because there's nothing wrong with any of these suggestions necessarily, but there are a lot of blanks on there. And personally, we can't adopt a new policy or a new procedure if we've got policies hanging out there in the wind. So to the point on topic number 1, we think that we're violating policies. So then how can we move forward without looking at those specific policies at the policy committee meeting, which will be on the 19th? So that's what I'm having a hard time going one by one. I think we could discuss them one by one, and then we need a whole procedure on this is what we're going to do. So you, as our board chair, can, at the next meeting, you go, okay, here we go. And then you're out of order, Ms. Craybill, if you don't ask your questions now, or, that kind of thing. That's all I'm suggesting, is it one by one, I don't think is an efficient use of our time and creating a new procedure.
Ms. Mason?
I can see how, going one at a time is definitely going to be very, very time consuming, and based on how late it's getting, the later we go, the longer we argue. So I would suggest that if we wanted to prioritize the top 3, that we could go through all of them, pick the top 3, and one of either Ms. Bradford, myself, or Mr. McManus can sit down and just type up a proposed, or we can get together to type up a proposed idea to vote on, just like Ms. Craybill is saying. I think there's lots of great ideas. There are a lot of things about policy in here, and so I think that does cause a little, it kind of blocks us from being able to do a lot when it has to go to policy first.
And I would agree. I'm going to jump in. I think Ms. Mason brings a good suggestion here that maybe, we don't have to do it all tonight, or even at all, all at our next agenda meeting. Maybe we can do, as she said, maybe the top 3 things, put them into play, see how that works, see how the flow of the meeting is, and then, maybe look at other things. So do we want to talk about it tonight and go through the various steps? So why don't we, and so I guess I'm hearing overall, let's go ahead and go through, Ms. Bradford, if you lead us through all the topics, and then maybe we can, as a board, decide what were the 3 top.
So there's actually, if I remember correctly, there's 6, and one has no recommendations. If you wanted to add, there's 7. And that one has no recommendation. So if somebody wanted to propose a recommendation for number 7, they could do that. But we as a committee didn't have one, so we have 6. So half of these we're going to prioritize to our highest priorities. So topic number 2 is set the time limit on the length of the meetings. We need a real established timeline so that we don't end up. We've tried tonight, and we've failed in a lot of ways to do that. There's 2 recommendations there, and that's the one that has the replacement recommendation. You see that last on page 5? So that's replacement recommendation. Ms. Mason made some corrections to that one, and they seem to be quite fine. But proposed recommendation number 2 was the time should be kept. When the time is up, discussion ends and is tabled to the next meeting. In other words, if we were past our limit now, we would table this discussion until the next meeting. And we almost started to adopt that tonight by having Ms. Barnhart keep the time. So that's to be considered there. And the replacement recommendation was establish the time to end each meeting. I have noticed at 4 hours, we all get a little fuzzy. We start calling each other by the wrong name, and so on. So I don't know what the time to end the meeting would be, but this recommendation was to limit the number of items on the agenda to blank. In other words, if we have 12 now, maybe we cut it back to 10, if we have 15 now, but to come up with a number of items on the agenda, and that's all that we allow for that meeting. Not to have it open-ended, that we could have 247 agenda items on one meeting. And agenda items that have not been addressed or pushed or tabled to the next meeting, or a motion to extend the meeting would then be needed. So that's one to consider there. Topic number 3 was the biggest one. It got the most comments from staff and everyone else. It has to do with agenda items themselves. And you're going to go down to, did I get both of those? Yeah, I did. On page 6, proposed recommendations. There are 3, and actually there's 4. One's mislabeled. The first one is to place something on the agenda briefing for a board vote. Topic needs to be fleshed out. This one we could actually adopt for the next meeting. Completely describe as to what information is needed to be discussed on and or vote. For example, Mr. Anderson, no offense on this example, it was just easy to come up with. If the school buses were on the agenda briefing, what do you want to know about the buses? What concern do you have about the buses? What action do you want to take on the buses? So we present him with our request, and then he comes back and presents to us in the agenda briefing the answers to the questions that we had. Rather than him trying to decide what we might want to ask, he prepares for that, and we have completely different questions. So that's number 1. Number 2, the chair to ensure all board member questions are asked during or before the agenda review meeting and prior to the monthly board meeting, so that we're not asking questions at the business meeting of the board. Only new items brought forth or any word changes would be an open topic to place on the board meetings or discussion before a vote. That's number 2 to consider. Proposed recommendation number 3, amend policy 2300. Is this the one that I have the wrong policy number on? Type of meetings, and this is just a housekeeping thing. Add subtypes, agenda review into the language. It's not necessary to continue with that. Just trying to be just squeaky clean. We don't have agenda review or agenda briefing or agenda review briefing as a subtype. We don't have to do it, but it would be in keeping with trying to be squeaky clean. Last proposal there, pulling off the consent agenda items like MOU should be done at the agenda briefing. Another example, and that's the time to ask the questions unless there's a supermajority vote to pull an item in for discussion. These items should be itemized, noted on the regular board meeting agenda. For example, if we're going to vote on, I'm a member of the Pugs United Dog Committee, and we're about to get a vote on Pugs United Dogs. I would tell you at the agenda briefing, I'm pulling myself off of that. I won't vote, so we don't have to go through that process in the business meeting. We don't have to duplicate that language again. I'm already off. Does that make sense? Okay, thank you. And a possible proposed recommendation is that the board chair to call each board member prior to the regular business meeting of the board to ask if they have any questions. I found that very helpful that you did that recently. So any questions on that? I'm going to move on to topic number 4. Presentations to the agenda, briefing, meeting, agenda review meeting, whatever. We got to figure out what we're going to call this thing. You must have clear, concise expectations for senior staff, what information is needed to be presented. So proposed recommendation, we're going to review policy 2330, section A format to move the presentations by guests and staffs to the agenda review meeting. They will now, everything that is information, and for example, the proposal that Mr. Anderson, and I can't think of the name of the company that brought us this tonight, that would have moved to the agenda briefing. Could he have come? My question would be, could he have come at 3 o'clock on a Tuesday just for that?
We would have scheduled it with his schedule. He could have been here.
Thank you. And those things are no longer a part of the regular meeting. We just need to cross-reference that with policy 2330, 2310. It's not imperative that we do that before we start doing this. It's just a housekeeping item. Proposed recommendation number 2, also amend it to make the presentations by board members. For example, is there a reason why the superintendent's comments and the chair's comments have to be made in this meeting? Could they, in fact, be made at the agenda briefing meeting? Especially once we train everyone who wants to listen either online or come in person. Those meetings are completely open. So presentation by board members, committee reports, letters, add that to the agenda review meeting. That's going to save us probably 15, 20 minutes. At this time of night, 15, 20 minutes is a lot. Proposed recommendation number 3. We're going to review 2330 again to reflect the consent agenda will be itemized and the votes will be on each item versus all consensus items if that's something that we need to do. Again, these are just the recommendations. They're not necessarily something I came up with. Number 5, call to audience. This just got included because it was a part of the agenda. It's a part of the business meeting. Proposed recommendation, review 2310 to make sure we're in compliance with what that says now. A recommendation from a board member on a committee member was to move the call to audience to the end of the monthly board meeting and amend the agenda. Again, it's just up for discussion. Topic number 6, closed sessions at agenda review and board meetings. Move those suckers out of this meeting. Discontinue the middle of the board, this monthly meeting, board meeting, closed sessions. Hold your board meeting closed sessions for the monthly board meeting before the meeting, either at 4, if we feel like we need an hour and a half, at 3:30. Adjourn into come to the meeting, adjourn into closed session, have the meeting, come back, start the meeting at 5 p.m. so people who don't want to sit through our board closed sessions don't have to. Again, we need to look at 2330 if it needs to be reflected in the change, or the change needs to be reflected there. Discontinue the end of the meeting agenda closed session if necessary. Just take it right off the sheet. Discontinue additional closed sessions at the end of monthly meetings except by a supermajority vote. That's the only difference there. That was proposed that it be a supermajority vote to have a closed session at this time of night. Proposed recommendation number 3. This is again a board member recommendation, committee member recommendation, conduct a straw vote at the agenda briefing on items that will be voted on in the general meeting. We kind of sort of did a little of that the other day and it kind of worked. Again, prioritize these. Number 7 is board meeting agenda briefing schedule. There was a concern that Ms. Bowie addressed that the agenda briefing is usually on Tuesday unless it falls on the first day of school or on a holiday or something like that. And there was also the concern to have less piggyback meetings grouped together, but we as a committee did not have a recommendation for that. Y'all can make one if you want. And that includes, I might as well tell the public this. We had a question, can we vote in the agenda briefing review meeting? And the answer was yes. And we actually did that the other day. So we can vote in that meeting if we needed to. It doesn't have to be restricted to this meeting. So that ends my presentation.
Okay. Board members, what is your pleasure? Do we want to look at 2, 3, 1 of these and put them in for next time? Ms. Mason, go, please.
I would suggest, because to my understanding, the purpose of us figuring this out is to save us time. And so the things that I feel are going to save us the most time are topic 3, topic 4, and topic 6. So I would propose that we focus on those. That's just my suggestion.
Okay, what were those numbers again, Ms. Mason?
Give us the title.
So topic 3 is agenda items. Topic 4 is information presentations to the agenda. And topic 6 is closed sessions at agenda review and board meetings.
Can you make a recommendation on which of the proposed,
You want all of them or some of them?
yeah, recommendations you would, since you have the floor?
Okay. I think 1 is definitely good. That is making sure that we're getting all of our questions, all of our information to our senior staff as far as what we are looking for, what information we want them to present. I think that is absolutely important. And I would say probably recommendation number 2. I have some concerns with the the second one that says the proposed recommendation number 3, and I don't know if it's, for me, I sometimes have to pull myself off of some of these MOUs because of my employment with one of the other places. And I want to make sure that that is abundantly clear. So even if I did it at the agenda review, I'd still want to be able to do it at the meeting so that the public knew there was no conflict of interest for me. So that would be, I would say, for this particular one, which is... I know. Topic 3, I'm going to say I would go with recommendation 1 and 2.
What about the subtype, just adding subtype to the agenda,
I feel like anything that goes with policy should be discussed in policy.
Okay.
So I don't think that we should be voting on anything as a full board that is going to be the responsibility of the 3 policy members. Just what I said, yeah. And then topic 4, which is information presentations to agenda. Going to that next page, page 7, I would say, actually, I don't think it's in here. My recommendation is that we have our staff make their presentations. I don't see that specifically listed on here, but I would say that we ask our staff to present day of agenda review, and then when we come to these meetings, we can then vote on, and we can ask all of our questions at agenda review, and that would give them a little bit of rest during regular meetings, and it would get all of it out of the way. I guess it's the first one.
Amend to move presentations by guests.
But that's a policy committee thing, so,
Well, we could strike the policy part if you don't want to see that there.
yeah.
It's part of number 1 then.
That's what I would say for that. Topic 6, closed sessions at agenda review and board meetings. I would say one comment that was made is that when we have the closed session in the middle of things, it kind of interrupts the flow of everything, and it's a start, stop, start. So if we can get all of our closed session business done prior to, I think that that's something that we need to do. So I would say the recommendation number 1 for that one. So.
Other thoughts, Ms. Craybill?
Okay, so I agree with Ms. Mason on topic number 3. What I don't agree with, well, first of all, I think that we have to fill in whatever those blue blanks are for number 3. I'm sorry, that's number 2. Wrong thing. I was scrolling too fast.
Yeah, she's got herself. She got it.
Yeah, so
It's
I am talking about number 3, page 5, number 3. Proposed recommendation number 1 is absolutely paramount because we've already messed up 2 times tonight on our agenda. We have to put it on what we want to hear and what the main points are, and that's written right in our assembly thing. It talks us right through, main points and proposed action. So that has to be on all of our meetings, no matter it's agenda review or regular meeting. When we're talking about what I would like to see is us not having possible recommendations. Either we're going to recommend it or we're not. But I am in favor of the board chair calling each board member to ask them their opinion, and that would replace a straw vote in number 6. I'm not in favor of straw voting in public because that gives the false impression that we've taken a vote, and that is fuel for fodder for the community and for our media partners. So in number, there was one, the informal presentations, that's good. I think we should just leave out topic 5 completely because that wasn't in the purview of this ad hoc committee. We don't do call to the audience as part of agenda review, and so that we're going to talk about that next. So I would say we strike completely topic number 5. I don't know why it is a problem to put closed session as needed in our agenda anywhere so that we don't have to just worry about a supermajority vote. We just are able to, plop right into it if we need to. With that, and then the last one was,
You're on page 8, the top of the page. Can you restate that? Because I'm not sure what you said.
discontinue the end of the meeting agenda, closed session if needed. Discontinue additional closed sessions at the end of monthly board meetings, except by a supermajority vote.
You're in favor of the first one, but not the second, or both of them?
Well, first of all, I'm a little confused that we keep jumping back and forth between the agenda. We're making recommendations for the regular meeting when we're supposed to be making recommendations for the agenda review. So I am thinking that what harm does it present for us to put on our agenda that says closed session as needed, so that we don't have to stop, take a vote, supermajority vote. It's just there ready to use if we're ready to use it, because it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean we have to. It just means if we're going to have a closed session, we'd like to have them at the end of our meeting. So,
and say no to A and B, proposed recommendation number 2. That's your opinion. You don't want to.
Yes, I don't want to take them out, and I don't want to conduct number 3. I don't want to conduct any sort of straw voting, because I don't know if that's even allowed to do. That's when we just talk to each other and we give ourselves opinions. But I'm trying to find where it was where we talked about consensus items. I was trying to follow along here. Oh, in topic number 3. Where we're talking about pulling items off the consent agenda. That's not what I meant. It was, we have 2 consensus sections on our agenda. We have regular consensus item like MOU contracts, and we have policy consensus. So, and maybe I'm reading this wrong, but I'm getting the impression that we want to vote on each item separately, and we went to consent item agenda so we don't have to go down through 12 things. So, help me understand if I'm reading that wrong.
No, that's how it was presented. That was the recommendation. And
From this, I didn't remember hearing that from anybody that said, that's the reason you have consent agenda items, so that you can go all in favor of A through F, go, yes or no.
I understand that. I'm not proposing we do that. I'm not proposing we don't. I'm just telling you this is what the committee came up with.
Okay,
so
well,
if you don't like it, just say I don't like it.
No, I like consensus items where we vote on them all at one time, except if we do need to pull off individual ones occasionally. We shouldn't pull them off for, I don't understand, because I should have asked that question before, but pulling them off for conflicts of interest, or new information that has come to light, I think those are appropriate for pulling off.
Okay, I'm going to go take a step back because I think Ms. Mason actually made a motion, and I don't believe I ever got a second on that.
I don't think she did.
You did? You make a motion? Okay.
I was going to make a motion.
Suggestion. That was a suggestion, not a motion. Okay, very good.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to make a motion that we return this to the ad hoc committee, and they can take into account all the things that we've said. So anybody who hasn't said anything, now go ahead or send an email to the board, to that committee, so that we can put it all together. And so this is getting a long-winded motion. The motion is to send it back to the committee, and have them develop a procedure for us, not all these, I got to figure them out. Just, this is what we propose we want to do based on what we're reading.
Do we have a motion from Ms.
That's a long
Craybill?
one. I can repeat it if we need to, but I'll cut it down.
We all heard it, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we do. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Mason seconds. Ms. Bradford?
Ms. Grable, would you consider amending that? I'd like to amend that. I move to amend that motion that we focus on 3, 4, and 6. As Ms. Mason suggested, rather than try to do all of them at one time, unless you want us to do all 6 at the same time.
Well, number 5 should come out. anyway, because
Well,
call
that's
the
your
audience.
opinion. That's your opinion.
But it's not
Majority
part of
vote here.
agenda review. It never has been.
Majority vote here.
And we haven't talked about that. We're going to be talking about it again in the next item. So I don't want to, I guess we could, yeah, I don't care.
Okay.
Amend the motion.
Okay, so we amend the motion to go, the ones that I just erased.
Three.
3,
Four.
4, and 6.
We're going to focus on those. If
Right.
we have recommendations for the others, we'll put them at the bottom.
Is
But for now,
Is there a second
3.
on her amend?
Second.
You seconded, okay, good. All right, any other discussion? If not, all in favor? This is for the amendment first, to focus on 3, 4, and 6. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Then we go back to the original motion, which is to send it back to the committee to, again, focus on 3, 4, and 6.
Told you I'm
All in
famous for
favor,
names.
say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? I should say all opposed, make sure. Okay, that passes 6-0, and as Ms. Craybill just said, we will carry on. First off, thank you again to the committee.
Ask a point of clarification.
Point of clarification, yes, ma'am.
So is the intent for us to review this new recommendation at the next agenda review or at the next at the next board meeting? And I'm asking that question because are we expected to be following something different at the January, at the September 20, whatever, our next agenda review meeting? Are we expecting to follow this?
I'm going to answer that because the board will not have an opportunity to change the agenda before the agenda review. We were going to follow what we've done in the past for the agenda review. We'll discuss it in the October meeting and then put it into play, hopefully, by the November meeting. Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Chair, I make a motion that we move to continue the meeting format that we have tonight for one additional more month so that we can get to that point of October. Does that make sense? This next month will be the same as tonight. Maybe we can just sort of morph a little bit at the things that we think that might happen, but whatever.
Do we
Well,
need,
sorry.
Mr. Vogel, do we need a I can just take that upon myself. Can I not?
We made a motion the other day.
I'm sorry, but I don't understand what the motion is.
At the agenda briefing, we made a motion and passed it to continue what we were doing now, one more month, because we were in, we had passed the trial period that we said we were going to do this. So I felt like if we're going to do it one more month, then we maybe needed a motion to do that. If not, I'm fine.
Well, I suppose if in the past there was board action to only do it up until a certain time, then it requires board action to continue the status quo.
Okay, so we have a motion to continue what we're currently doing. I'll second that. Any discussion? Ms. Craybill?
I just want to be really clear on and this is mainly for our senior staff, are we expecting them to make full information reports because we didn't expect that last time, but yet we asked them to do it anyway. So, just give us a little hint. So I just want to be clear that before we vote on this, is that we are not going to ask them to have presentations and things ready for us at the agenda review.
Barnhart?
I would like to amend the motion to allow them the option to present to us at the agenda review so that we can actually shorten our meetings, which was the point of the agenda review itself. So if they come and they do their information.
I second that amendment.
Okay, we have a amended motion from Ms. Barnhart, seconded by Ms. Bradford, and that is to allow them the opportunity, you say, correct? Yes. The option.
Can I don't know, I don't want to change anything. I'm going to ask this question. So.
Point of clarification?
Yes, point of clarification. So allowing them the option means I can do it if I feel like it. And I don't think that we need to put that on them. Like Julie might be ready, but Ashley might not be ready. And so either we're all ready or we're all not. I think we need to, you guys weigh in whatever you think. It just seems kind of arbitrary to say, if you're ready to go, go. Yeah,
Do you guys like staying in this late? But anyway.
Malcolm's looking at me like, what?
Is there any?
I'll just share I'm not ready right now. Just kidding. At the will of the board, and I would say that we're probably all in agreement on that.
Which one is that?
At the will of the board, whichever you choose.
Oh,
We'll
okay,
do whatever
all right,
you want.
okay.
So we have an amendment in front of us to give the senior staff the option. We have a second. Is there any other discussion on that? If not, would you please call,
Well,
sir?
before you call the roll.
Yes.
So I think the only thing that would help them is if it's going to be an agenda item, if the individual who is requesting the item, for them to be ready to give them all the information they need.
Right.
That way they can prepare it for you.
Okay, thank you.
Practice run.
Ms. Mason?
This is actually what the committee is supposed to be deciding, so we're
Right.
kind of making the decision for the committee right now.
Yeah.
That's,
I
I
agree
guess,
with you.
what I'm confused about.
Okay. All right. Yes, ma'am?
Point of clarification, a committee cannot make the decision, and so we're sitting together as a board. This is a suggestion I think everybody agrees with, and so I'm saying, let's try that. If you guys have already said to reconvene to see all the process and procedures, but why can't we try this if we all are in agreement? It's going to come back before the board anyway.
Ms. Craybill?
So if you take that approach, why can't we just come to policy and say, let's just skip that today and move right on? So this is our procedure. So either we send it to the committee to give us a proposal, or we step out of what we just voted on and tell the committee what to do. So that's not the point of having a committee.
Ms. Walker?
I just want to say, we just voted to send it back, like they just said. I don't think we need to be confusing everyone. I just feel like the staff has already answered they'll do what the will of the board is. Of course they will, because they're good staff, but the point of it is, we shouldn't be mixing this all up. I like what the committee is doing. I think we're moving in the right direction. I think we focused on 3, 4, and 6, and I think that's what we should do. I don't think we need a motion for that. That's my opinion.
All right, Ms. Bowie, would you call, again, the motion in front of us is the amendment, which is to give them the option to either present at the agenda review or later on at the actual meeting. Ms. Bowie, would you call roll, please?
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
No.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Craybill?
No.
Mr. Wildebohr?
No.
And Ms. Mason?
No.
That's defeated. Back to the original motion to send it back to policy and, excuse me, not to policy, to the ad hoc committee to focus on those 3 areas. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Carrying on. Thank you, board members. That passes 6-0. Call the audience. I'm going to speak first on this one. There was a question, why don't we have a proposal here? Because I really think, as we talked about last week, I don't know that there is a clear one. This is definitely the way to do it. We've heard from a lot of folks, the old way was definitely the better way to do it. We've heard the new way is better to do it. We have a very intelligent board here. Maybe somebody has come up with an even better way to do it. The one thing that I would like to say is that it does irk me, I'll say that word irk, when we have somebody called and they're not here. So I really think that we need to continue to, as a minimum, add the in-person sign-up where we can actually have, if Ms. Jones or Ms. Smith or Mr. Smith doesn't show up, we can pull another name and have that person speak. I think that, I'm going to say, as I said before, I think it's important that we hear from folks, and if somebody is not here, heaven forbid they got in an accident or they got sick, but if we have an open slot, that we should be able to fill that with a person that is definitely here because they signed up at the door. But besides that, I am definitely open to the will of the board. I think there's going to be a lot of discussion on this, so I'm going to go through my list, and if you have a great idea, please bring it forth. Ms. Barnhart, if you would start, please.
Sure thing, Mr. Chairman. I move that we continue to use the lottery sign-up of 20 individuals, and that opens after the conclusion of the agenda review, expanding to include the option of having an interpreter or a translator present, as well as the 5 additional call to audience sign-ups. In addition, I would suggest that we utilize an alternate call to audience sign-up that would be open to, in the event of what you are referencing, an individual is not present.
Okay, so we have a motion. Is there a second? Of course, there will be discussion afterwards. Is there a second?
I'll second it
Okay.
for the point of discussion.
We have first and second, and that is to use what we're using now with an additional sign-up ability. For going through our list, we have Ms. Barnhart, so we have Ms. Walker next.
I was really hoping we could have discussion before you threw motions out there, because I'm not prepared to vote on a motion. I don't even know about half of what you said, honestly, because I'm not prepared to talk about it. But to Mr. Wildebor's point, I do like the idea of extra time slots in case someone doesn't show up. I think that's fair. I'm not really sure on the sign up. I've been in the camp of first come, first serve. I think you had brought up the fact of that is an early sign up, although we're doing it now after agenda review, so it's more afternoon now, right? When we start to
As
do
soon as
it.
we get done. Yeah.
Because originally we did it at like 8 o'clock
The morning, the
Monday
day
morning,
before.
and now we're doing it, I still think that's a good time for people that want to sign up. I don't know that we need to change that. But I know we've had discussion about it's up to 60 minutes. I think the expectation is that we're going to go to an hour, and I just think that we should fill it with people, as many as we can. I don't understand why we went from 25 to 20. I get it's a time thing. Ms. Crable says often that we don't have to do the full 60, but I like to hear from folks. Even if I don't like to hear from folks, I think it's their right to say what they want to say, and I like less restriction. So that's just my 2 cents. I liked a couple ideas that you brought up. I don't know what we're voting on. I hope we don't.
Again, the motion in front of us right now is to continue the lottery with the additional sign-ups at the door. So that's what,
Was that what
was
the
more to
motion
that.
was? It was long.
There was a lot more than
Is
that.
that the gist of the motion?
yeah, basically, as I understand it, the gist of the motion was that we continue what we're doing now with the lottery system, but we would have additionally, we'd have the 5 normal sign-ups, and then we'd have that list continue so that we would, there might be another 10 people that, in case we had, but the extra people would come from that list, so we get a supplementary list. We're going around the list, so we're going to give
sorry.
Ms. Bradford her turn, then Ms. Craybill.
I tracked the call to audience tonight. We started at 5:46, we ended at 6:40. One person didn't show up. I thought it went really quick. People were very responsible to queue up. It was kind of nice. And we had 5 people sign up, so we had 25. I do not want to go over an hour. But I would think if we're going to do this way, and I haven't thought about it a lot, I wasn't expecting a motion necessarily, but if we do it, we've got to figure out how, if they're signing up I don't know if all of you are aware, but tonight we had people come to the door to try to sign up all their friends. So now we have to police the sign-up list out front because people don't follow the rules. But maybe we can post the rules and then they would follow them. But somehow we have to tell them, if you're 1 through 5, you're in. If you're 5 through 47, you may be an alternate, so you want to stick around. But somehow we have to inform them of what they're signing up for, so they are not like number 9 on the list and they get really mad they don't get to talk at the sign up out front. And then the other thing would be the dialogue. We've never tried to say, congratulations, you got in, you got selected by the lottery, whatever it says. If you cannot attend, please let us know by 3 o'clock on the day of. I mean, we haven't ever told people to do that. Maybe they would do it, maybe they wouldn't, but it would be an option just to add to that little dialogue thing that they get when it says, congratulations, you won the lottery. And again, we just keep trying stuff till it starts to work. We got to figure out a way to keep people from cheating somehow. So anyway, I'm in favor of it just because I don't have any other suggestions.
Ms. Craybill.
Yeah, we're never going to keep people from cheating. And we have bigger things to worry about than if somebody signs up 2 friends and doesn't show up. Because some people might say that I signed up and I want a spot and I'm not coming because I just want to hold that spot so nobody else can have it. I mean, people have all kinds of, rationales for what they do. I have no problem with continuing the lottery and then pulling from the wait list of the people who are here. I would like to suggest that perhaps if you were selected in the lottery, that when you come to the meeting, you sign in so we know that you're here. And so we already know that we're going to maybe have to pull 3 new names, or we're going to not pull 3 new names, we're going to come down to first come, first serve. So, and if somebody signs up a friend who's not there, we just can't worry about it. That's just too many details that are not essential to educating our children.
Thank you, Ms. Craybill. Next is myself, and I'd actually like to ask I'm going to ask Mr. Cardella if he would share with us maybe his thoughts. I know he's relatively new to it, but I'm sure your group over there has given you some insight on this.
Yeah, I could definitely speak
sir.
to the process itself, so there's no confusion. So it doesn't matter what the number is. You can pick any number. If you get to that number or below that number, all of those people speak. So if it's 20, it's 20. But once you go over that number, that's when it kind of triggers the need for that random selection. And it's all done right on the website. So I don't know if Jay could go to the New Hanover County Schools website. And all you have to do is just kind of float over Board of Education and go to call to the audience and click on that. And everything's right there. So right after the agenda meeting, there's a determination it's going to be open for several days. So it's fair in that respect that, for 24 hours for three to 4 days, people have the opportunity to sign up. So for example, this week, 31 signed up. So we had to do a random selection. And it's very clear on that if you go ahead and scroll down, Jay. Are you on the right page? Okay, yeah, you are. So it's very clear right there in that green section exactly what the rule is and when it's going to close, and then when the random pick is going to happen. Now, if you scroll down even more, you keep scrolling. Keep going. So right there, you could actually watch the process. So what Anita does is she actually videotapes that whole process as she's going through it. And if there's, for example, somebody signed up 5 times, all the duplicates are taken out first, and then it'll be listed. And if you were to click on that, you can see the whole process and how they're randomly selected. It's rather quick, and it's rather easy. And then you come out with the list. So on that list, it'll list 1 to 20, who they are. Now, of course, it's not going to list the 5 that sign up here or any supplements to that, but you do have a pretty solid list. And the nice thing about it is emails will go out to those people confirming that they've been selected. Okay, now let's just say somebody comes back the next day or that day and says, hey, I'm not going to make it. We will randomly select another individual and send out an email to that individual. And I know sometimes an individual, because they'll also get an email if they're not selected. You were not selected. Okay, great. And then somebody says, hey, I'm not going, and now they're selected. They have to be mindful that they may get an email saying, hey, guess what? You're in now because somebody dropped out. So that's the process. I mean, in my short tenure here, this is my second board meeting, and this is the way we've done it. So I really can't speak to, how it had been done in the past.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We will carry on.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Ms. Mason?
Oh, I'm sorry, we're going to the list, I'm sorry.
We're still going around.
I've been saying for a while, I'm not a fan of this lottery system. I'm much more an advocate of the first come, first serve. If we're doing it for the signups here, we should do it for the signups online. But I believe that we should have a separate sign up, because we know that it's possible for staff teachers, anybody that is unavailable at 8 o'clock in the morning. So perhaps 15 for the community, 5 for staff teachers, and then 5 here for first come, first serve.
Second go round, Ms. Barnhart.
I did not hear any mention of anybody if they're interested in entertaining the idea of having an interpreter present, because we have roughly 25% of our population is Hispanic, and I know not all of them are only Spanish speaking, but I think it's something that we need to be cognizant of when we're talking about representing our community. And so I'd like for us to consider that, as well as interpreter. We've seen a growing population of individuals with hearing impaired needs, and so for us to be aware that we have individuals wanting to speak to us that have a barrier to us, I think that we can be proactive in that approach. So I'd like for us to discuss that, as well as I'm not necessarily in disagreement with what Ms. Mason is saying here, as long as you are also in addition discussing the alternative sign-up list and those 15 5-slot allotments, and then just having a fill-in. What I like about the lottery system is it allows us to adhere to our policy of an hour call to audience, but also remain consistent when we have more people wanting to speak than we have slots available. It is not limiting the voice of anybody. I would question, for my board members who want first come, first serve basis, do we operate our choice schools like that? Do we say children that sign up, whoever signs up first gets in? The answer is no. Correct? And so what I wonder is, why is it a good precedent to do a lottery system for children signing up for choice schools in the county, but not a fair precedent for the call to audience, when it's a system that would remain in place and intact for the entirety, whether not 20 people have signed up or 500 people have signed up. So I think providing consistency is the whole point of this system, and I'm fine with the additional alternative slots. I think it's a good use of time to make sure that we fill them, but I'm just confused why the pushback for that.
Ms. Walker?
I don't think I have the capacity to answer that, but I will just say, I just in a general sense, I'll say this. I'm in favor of people being able to speak. And I mean, I don't think I can explain to you exactly why I prefer first come, first serve, except for the fact that it shows intent and it shows when somebody really wants to come and talk to us. So that's about the only reason I can say that. I mean, do I hate the lottery system? No. And so obviously it's the will of the board what we want to do about that. There was a long motion, so I think there was a question about interpreters. I think the only thing I would say to that is we should have a sign up that is, I guess, if someone that speaks a different language, or I guess Spanish is what we're talking about here mostly, right? Then we should have that on here that's clear. And if someone is going to sign up that needs an interpreter, then we could probably fill that, I hope. But we haven't really talked about that logistically or who we could get to do that. So I hate to throw it in a motion that we don't know the answer to that yet. Maybe we should just pull that out and talk about it. But so far, it sounds like to me the extra time slot's a good idea. It sounds like everybody kind of likes that idea. So I think that's a good one, just in case people don't show up. And I did kind of like what Ms. Grable said about if you come in and you have signed up, to let people know you're here. I mean, that might help in some way, shape, or form with information, but I don't know. I mean, and we're speaking on to this motion, right? Is that really what we're just speaking to, this motion that was just made, or just in a general sense? Okay. Well, I don't really know what else to say about it. I think I've said everything.
Thank you. Ms. Bradford?
I'm going to throw in for the lottery sign up. We'll try it again. I think Ms. Barnhart, when I seconded for the interpreter and the sign language. Ms. Walker just brought up another point with my housekeeping. We're going to need to put dialogue that says on the sign up out front. We're going to need to put dialogue on the green section that Mr. Cardella mentioned, saying, notify us if you can attend. We'd need to put something in the green section to notice them that, that we would have these interpreters and signers here. But there's one more thing that we haven't considered yet. Tonight was the first night that we had the kind of the alternate opportunity. Anyway, there was a problem with the signups tonight where one person was coming trying to sign up a bunch of people who weren't here. So if we're going to do the first come, first serve at the door for the extra 5 and or the alternates, we're going to have a staffing issue. We're going to have to put somebody out there because Ms. Bowie was out there and she just kept trying to get it right and telling the people, no, you can't do this. And it just, the passion for wanting to speak was just more overwhelming than Ms. Bowie could keep people from stopping to do that. So it wasn't fair. And so we're going to have to assign a staff person to sit there. I know at the county they have the staff people sign you in if you're going to speak, so they're sitting there. But right now we don't necessarily have a person that's here at 4 o'clock that could be out there. So that's going to come into this mix. I'm a housekeeper. I just think of logistics.
Ms. Craybill?
I forgot what I was going to say. I forgot what I was going to say.
And actually, I'm going to take my question and ask.
Oh, I remembered just now.
Okay.
So are we talking about, just to get this off the table, housekeeping, are we talking ever about moving call to the audience to the agenda review? Or are we still keeping, I mean, I don't think that we are, but Ms. Bradford had made the comment, we're still working on that. So I didn't know, I mean, I want to voice opposition if we are going to take call to the audience to the agenda review, because that's in the middle of the day and people can't come. Okay.
I don't see logistically how you could do that.
Well, you could, but no one could come. Oh,
Okay.
I know what it was, the second thing.
You get the second thing?
Yeah, I'm sorry, please.
All right.
I had gotten some feedback from, teachers and employees that would we consider having several spots left for them. And I tried to explain to them that, it's not a matter of you can't get there at 8 o'clock anymore. It's open for a week. And so, but I felt that I needed to just say that out loud so that they knew that their voice had been heard around that. I'm not a huge proponent of saving spots because that's just going out there saying, oh, I'm sorry, we're saving spots, So I just wanted to make that a point for us to just weigh in on it, should we decide that.
All right, I'm going to ask my quick question, Mr. Cardella. How difficult would it be to add some of the things that Ms. Barnhart has asked, like a sign language interpreter or a Spanish interpreter, and also to the sign up, where somebody would have to check a box that I need one of the two?
I mean, as far as, putting the language on the website, that's the easy part. I can't really speak to or, I don't think I have the authority to get an interpreter or a sign language person. That's somebody else's lane, unless I'm wrong about that.
We'll all help you drive in that lane.
Okay, so I'm not familiar with that process as far as, what it takes to do that. I guess what I was trying to say is we don't have a sign language person as far as in my division. But I know we probably have access is probably the way I would think about it. I know they're out there. I saw one here today.
They all occur at an expense.
Yeah, I can answer
Right.
those questions. We do. We have access to, if we are given notice, then we can make sure that takes place. We have to have those for our students. So we don't want anyone to have any legal issues. We do have access to sign language, Spanish. You let us know what interpretation, German, we can definitely get it for you.
Yeah, and that language, as far as the website, that's the easy part. And we can definitely put it in there, so if somebody is requiring that kind of service, that could be put in there very easily.
Dr. Barnes, I think you had your hand up there.
I regretted it afterwards. I was, Dr. Faust really said what I was going to say.
Oh, you were volunteering?
If we have notice, we can of course accommodate any needs in that manner.
Okay.
And
Very
the
good.
staffing person, is that doable?
If we are made aware, yes, we will.
So we okay, all right. So that's my turn. Ms. Mason, close us down.
I'm just going to say I'm not volunteering to be the interpreter. Though I am fluent in sign language, that is not what I would do. I think it's very important to have that access to that language, but that would require some notice. You can't just ask for it and then immediately, because you have to check availability. Having that experience in the deaf community, I know they need notice. So I definitely think that that's absolutely important. We absolutely need to have that time. When it comes to why I prefer first come, first serve rather than the lottery, frequently it's been brought up by several board members that the same people keep coming over and over and talking about the same things, which is 100% their right to do. And if we want them to stop, then we need to do maybe provide more clarification. I don't know, that's a different subject. But what I'm seeing is the same people are still signing up, the same people are still getting picked. So I really don't see a difference between the lottery and the first come, first serve. When you compare it to a lottery for students with choice and a lottery for community members to come and speak, that's apples and oranges. Student choice for school is their academics. It's a full year or 4 years or 5 years. When it comes to community voice, it is a couple minutes and it's their freedom to speak what they want. And it doesn't impact them for a full school year or more. I don't see the change that's occurred between the lottery and the first come, first serve. And so those are my thoughts.
Thank you very much, Ms. Boo. So the motion in front of us is Ms. Barnhart's motion, again, to continue the lottery system, to add the additional sign up at the front door, and to also make sure we have sign language, interpreters as well as Spanish interpreters as needed per the sign up. Is that correct? Is what you said?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Barnhart?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Craybill?
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
And Ms. Mason?
No.
That passes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 1. So we will continue that until the board decides to change that. All right, carrying on, Head Start report. Ms.
Yes,
Barnhart.
so it was actually the first day of Start staggered enrollment for our pre-K students. And as you see, we have funded 260 slots, and we have 250 of those filled. So last week, our staff did a lot of home visits to get introduced to their students. And then I'm going to address, I know 2 times ago, it was asked about the support that we provide for specifically single families. And so they do a family needs assessment for every single family that comes into our district. They make sure that a family specialist is connected to all families to make aware of the resources that we provide. Because family partnerships is one of the goals. And we have partnerships with the following, and it's not limited to these, but these are the highlights. So Nourish and See, we have a program with the Brooklyn Arts Music Academy, Raising a Reader Library, a diaper bank, Cape Fears Children's Museum, and Coastal Horizons. And so those are just some of the resources that we have for our pre-K students, but we are cognizant of the population that we would serve.
Any questions, board members?
Yeah, I have one quick question.
Okay, Bill.
Where it says under Dorothy B. Johnson Center, IEP children, we have 17, but by end of year, we must have 26. I mean, do we have quotas we have to fill?
Yes. And so that will be done through the process of our students that get identified, and we assume the NHCS process that we assume they'll need some extra support. So while they might not have an IEP right now, they might be in the process of being diagnosed for one.
Any other questions? If not, thank you, Ms. Barnhart. Any correspondence? If not, announcements.
Yes, I do, Mr. Wildebohr.
Okay.
See, hold on, let me get there. I just wanted to, since Now we have all of our children back in school. I Googled some inspirational words for them, and I'm hoping that kids will listen or their parents will listen. But good luck to all the children and youth as they begin yet another year of school. Give them peace when they feel nervous, focus when they feel distracted, energy when they feel tired. Open their minds to the lessons that they will learn both in and outside the classroom. Help them to make friends that build one another up and be friends to those who need them. Guide them in making good choices as they grow in wisdom and maturity. Be ever present with them in the classrooms, on the school bus, on the playground, and at home, and may they feel the loving care of all those around them. And for the teachers, good luck to those in the profession, and I added in the ministry of teaching future generations. As teachers embark on a new school year, grant them energy, passion, discipline, and endurance for their daily tasks. Infuse into their classrooms with an atmosphere of care and mutual respect, that all interactions there will be bathed in patience and understanding. Help their lessons to grow pupils in both knowledge and character, and help us all to support the work of these teachers and all that they do in building up our community and our future.
Thank you, Ms. Graybill. Any others? Ms. Walker.
I'll try me less than a minute, but I just wanted to, I know you guys have been, probably board members have been reached out to by the New Hanover PTO, which is the Advocates. I wanted to give them a shout out, one, because I'm hoping you guys go and tour the school like I hope to do this week. But, they've done a number of things, painted bathrooms, catered lunch. They have purchased flowers and mulch. And so I just wanted to say, because, Hanover's where my heart is. I just feel like, the more love we can give to Hanover, the best. And so if anybody wants to know more about this, you should reach out to Principal Sutton and get contact through there. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. Okay. I have several announcements. The Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee will be meeting on Wednesday, September 6th, 2023 at 5 p.m. in the Board of Education Center. The audience seating capacity is 150. The general public will have an option to view remotely on the New Hanover County TV YouTube. The Legislative Committee will meet on Monday, September 18th at 10 a.m. in the Board of Education Center. The audience seating capacity is also 150, and again, the general public will have an option to view remotely on the New Hanover County TV YouTube. Policy Committee will be meeting on Tuesday, November 19th at 10 a.m. in the Board of Education Center. The general September. Okay, sorry. I'll read it again. The Policy Committee will meet on Tuesday, September 19th, 2023 at 10 a.m. in the Board of Education Center. The general public will have the option to view remotely on our TV station, TV channel, excuse me. The Curriculum Committee will meet on Monday, September 25th at 3:45 in the Board of Education Center. The audience seating capacity is also 150. General public will have the option to view remotely on our YouTube channel. The Board of Education will hold our next agenda review meeting on Tuesday, September 26th here. The general public will have the option to view remotely on our YouTube channel. And the October regular board meeting will be on Tuesday, October 3rd, 2023 here. And again, the general public will have the option to view remotely on our YouTube channel. We will not have a closed session this evening. I know you guys are all very disappointed on that. We will continue with our adjournment. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
We have a motion to adjourn in a second.
Second.
We have a first and second. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. We are adjourned.